doing well. Now you guys can't see me. It's all good. I cannot figure out how to... There has to be a better way to like show this.
In line with this, it's...
You're gonna have to, that's the audio. You just keep this. Keep this for a second. This game is so much fun. I'm really loving it. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, I'm right there. How about I go up and do this side story real quick? I don't think I'm going to be beating this game in 30 hours, I'll say that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do a couple of taxi missions. Alright, fuck it, I'm gonna play some YouTube. Oh, I don't have a choice. Cutscene? Acting like there's gonna be a cutscene. Oh my gosh. Get some architecture videos going.
It's also got a fairly modern image in terms of architecture, exemplified in the gleaming skyscrapers of its great cities. But on closer inspection, many of these skyscrapers are in fact built in traditional styles, and you could say that they make up the tip of the iceberg of America's rich classical tradition.
If go by the side quests, I'll do it.
From the architecture of Washington, D.C. to quaint country houses and regional revivalist styles, the United States has a lot to offer. Even so, some of its greatest works of classical architecture have unfortunately been lost, and in this video I'm going to be showcasing a few of them.
I think I already tried this one already.
In the late 19th century, Chicago was growing at a rapid pace, and many of the city's public buildings quickly became used beyond their intended capacity. One such case was the structure known as the United States Custom House, Courthouse, and Post Office. It had only been erected in 1880, but since the city's population more than doubled in the next decade, it was demolished in 1896 to make way for its successor. This was the Chicago Federal Building. Designed by local architect Henry Ives Cobb, it was constructed over a steel frame with exterior walls of brick and was sheathed with 500,000 square feet, or 46,000
Victory Road
square
qualifier
meters of grey granite from Maine.
What does that mean?
Laid out in the shape of a Greek cross, it featured Corinthian porticos in each direction and was capped by a 100 feet or 30-meter tall gilt dome. In total, the building was 16 stories tall. Inside it was richly decorated, and the four wings met under the dome to form an octagonal rotunda, which was actually larger than the one in the United States Capitol. Having been finished in 1905, the Chicago Federal Building would eventually meet its end in 1965 when it was demolished. The site is now occupied by the Federal Plaza, designed by Ludwig Mies van der Rohe in the International style.
The Singer Building, I remember this.
In 1896, the wealthy Singer Corporation, best known as manufacturer of sewing
There's a lot of
machines,
theories about
decided
this
to build its
building.
new headquarters at the northwestern corner of Liberty Street and Broadway in New York City. The 10-story tall building was made in the elegant Beaux-Arts style, with a facade of stone and red brick, and was topped by a mansard roof. Although an impressive building, it had been turned into a true icon through an addition made between 1906 and 1908. Its architect, Ernest Flagg, was brought back to design a tower, which would give the structure a total of 41 stories, and at a height of 612 feet, or 187 meters, it had become the tallest building in the world. Flagg deplored how modern skyscrapers grew upward from the very edge of their plots, making narrow ravines of the city streets below. Thus, he decided that the tower should be set back from the street, giving the building its unconventional, narrow shape. Its top included a 50-foot or 15-meter tall dome capped by a lantern where visitors could pay the equivalent of $14 in today's value to enjoy views of the city. Especially noteworthy was also the lavishly decorated lobby, which was said to exude, quote, celestial radiance. But the Singer Building was only the world's tallest for about a year, losing the position in 1909. By the 1960s, the Singer Corporation had decided to move out of the old building, and its small floors made it unappealing for redevelopment at the time. Thus, in 1968, it gained a new record, becoming the tallest building ever to be demolished. Since its completion in 1973, the site has been occupied by One Liberty Plaza. Another of New York's great lost landmarks is Pennsylvania Station. Originally opened in 1910, the vast structure was widely praised for its majestic architecture, and in its heyday it served 100 million people a year traveling to and from the city by rail. It featured an imposing facade of granite equipped with sturdy Doric columns. The main waiting room was inspired by the baths of Caracalla in ancient Rome and was the largest indoor space in the city. Covering 1.5 city blocks, it was clad in travertine marble and drenched in sunlight through its great vaulted windows, soaring 150 feet or 45 meters above the chamber. The concourse, by contrast, was made up of a forest of undecorated steel columns, expressing its utilitarian function. Trains arrived through tunnels and were therefore by necessity driven by electricity instead of coal. It also made use of an innovative vertical layout in which inbound and outbound trains were stacked to prevent congestion. The man who had envisioned this temple for transportation was Alexander Cassatt, the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. Up until the early 20th century, they lacked direct access to New York, with the lines terminating on the opposite banks of the Hudson River. This problem was finally solved by the construction of underground tunnels, allowing them to reach the city and to construct this grand terminal. Designed by McKim, Mead & White, one of the country's leading architectural firms, it was intended as a monument for the ages, but it would only last for about 50 years. The decline in passenger traffic following World War II made it increasingly unprofitable, and despite public backlash, the building was demolished in 1966. Its underground concourses were then remodeled
So it
into
was
modern
Watasi?
Pennsylvania Station, while Madison Square Garden and Pennsylvania Plaza were built above. The City Hall of San Francisco stands as an impressive example of the beauty and grandeur advocated in early 20th century urban planning. But when it was built in the 1910s, it actually succeeded an earlier, even grander building. The old City Hall was a massive structure covering 2 blocks and inspired by France's opulent Second Empire style. Rising above its meandering facade were 5 separate towers and a giant dome topped with a gleaming statue holding a torch. In front of it stood the Pioneer Monument, now moved to a different location, and there was also a separate dome structure called the Hall of Records. The complex was designed by Canadian architect Augustus Laver and stood more or less completed in 1899 after 27 years of planning and construction. It had by then gone far over budget, and the project was tainted by corruption and incompetence. It had also taken much longer to build than planned because the city refused to take loans, meaning that construction stopped whenever they were short on money. Furthermore, the quality of the building was highly questionable, and parts of it had begun to break even before it was finished. As a final bad omen, it was constructed over the city's first cemetery, the resting place of over 8,000 dead who had to be moved.
Yeah.
When the 1906 San Francisco
I remember
earthquake
'em
hit,
so
the
well.
building came crumbling down, having stood finished for just 7 years. Damaged beyond repair, it was replaced by the current city hall built a few blocks away.
Ordinary dish soaps can leave invisible grease behind. Only Dawn Platinum removes 99% of grease.
Oh shit. I think I'm in chapter 3. I don't know. I'm gonna Google how the prizes work. Google that. Damn. Let's go with the abilities. Oh, okay. A while quick save. Okay. These little people. There we go. He got hit on. Jeez. That was awesome. Fuck it. I'm gonna check this place out. I'm not rushing to beat this game. You wanna fight me? Guess not. Come on. Was this the chef guy? So yeah, this like some famous chef. Huh. Not sure what to do with that. Gotta fight this guy? Okay. Ren Higashino. Damn. Let's get it, baby. Hey, like that shit. God, I keep fucking that up. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Got him. Easy. Okay. Nice. Okay. I was like, damn, its frame rate dropped. It's just because of that. Good. Nah, I'll just keep going. I'm like stacked up on healing items, so that's cool. What's going on again? Okay, right. do that, or I could go to the taxi. I think I may want to do that. Fuck it. It's the morning, no one's watching. I didn't eat any of that caviar yesterday. I'm gonna have to do that today. For real. Oh, damn. Oh, come on, let me attack. Dude, I need to remember that he doesn't fall down. Like in the older games. Maybe he falls down if he misses. That's crazy. Bro. That's insane. That's so cool. They haven't had that in any other game. Oh, I should get some food. Oh, damn. That was ruthless. Alright. Wait, I'm confused. Oh my gosh. I'm so stupid. I thought that was... Oh wow, that's bad. Oh, okay. Can I go... do side missions now? Or nah? Bro, get the fuck out of here. Trying to do some taxi missions. Come on. Oh shit. I don't know how to like upgrade that. Just kind of fucking annoying. I'm gonna get to level. I'm gonna level up. Get some coffee real quick. Okay. So he's not in a hurry. Let's pull up a video. Fuck it.
Funds and sufficient donations to complete it were only raised after publisher. The Statue of Liberty is one of the most famous monuments in the world. Dedicated in 1886, it has become an icon not just of New York City, but of the entire country, and a symbol of welcome to immigrants arriving by sea. But building a structure of this scale is not easy, and securing enough money for the project proved a serious problem. By 1885, work on the pedestal was threatened by lack of funds, and sufficient donations to complete it were only raised after publisher Joseph Pulitzer initiated a campaign in his newspaper appealing to the American people to contribute whatever they could.
Damn, this light's taking forever,
Thanks
bro.
to his efforts, more than 120,000 individual donations were raised, allowing work to continue. But over the course of New York's history, there have been several other planned
Jeez.
monuments that could have similarly redefined the image of the city that weren't as fortunate. In this video, we will explore some of New York's most impressive monuments that were never built. Already in
That's right.
1802, New Yorkers had
Hella
called for
good
the construction
service.
of a memorial to George Washington, and 30 years later, an association was formed to realize this ambition.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Sorry my
Managed to
fucking
collect a
camera's broke.
considerable sum of donations, but
Sucks.
years went by without much else happening.
Got that
Then
turn
in
signal on,
1843, it was
baby.
reformed, and a design by architect Calvin
Oh,
Pollard was
what?
adopted.
Dude, this is like perfect.
According to this scheme, the monument was to be a massive 425 feet or
Woo!
130 meters tall Gothic tower, almost double the
Turn
height of any other
up.
building in the city. Set to be constructed on Union Square, it promised to be
Fucking
the
S
noblest monument
rank
in the
that.
known world. Inside, there would be several rotundas with exhibitions of sculptures and paintings commemorating the Revolution
get it.
and Washington in particular, while subsidiary galleries illuminated through stained glass windows would serve the more utilitarian purposes of a free library, studios for artists, and an astronomical observatory. The build cost was estimated at around $400,000.
Let's go.
The project soon faced public protests, particularly from other architects who were against the seemingly arbitrary manner in which the association had selected Pollard's design and
Wait,
demanded
what?
an open competition. It was also attacked
Yo,
on
we
aesthetic
gotta
grounds.
get that.
One art journal was impressed by its scale, but complained that, quote, more wretched stuff for Gothic was never perpetrated. Pollard's choice of Gothic was further criticized as preposterous for Americans. It was observed that, quote, a Gothic monument in honor of Washington is the very sublime of nonsense, and we are little in doubt whether a monument of the Gothic order is in perfectly
Fuck it.
congruous association with the character and history of Washington. Eventually, independent counter-proposals began to be circulated.
Let's do this
Among them was a
boss
coastal
mission
project
or
by
whatever.
Robert
Boss
Kerr,
fight.
intended to serve as, quote, a place of public resort, a lounge, or promenade. It consisted of 3 superimposed circular colonnades of varying heights on a stepped base. The different levels contained galleries and terraces for busts and paintings of Washington and other national heroes. Also included was a modest historical library. Another similarly ambitious design was submitted by the American sculptor Thomas G. Crawford and the English architect Frederick Catherwood.
Damn.
This monument would have consisted of a colossal cast-iron statue of Washington,
It's a
75
giant fucking
feet or
statue.
22 meters tall, atop a granite pedestal, itself 55 feet or 17 meters in height. Following the barrage of criticism, the project lost momentum, and it seemed like it would be abandoned for good. But in 1847, it was revived again, and an open design competition was held. This time, the Common Council granted the association ground for the monument in Hamilton
Wait, I gotta
Square,
fight these guys?
a now lost public square.
I forgot
near
to
East
eat.
Side.
I need to eat in this game.
A visitor to the association's office
Okay, here we
wrote
go.
submissions that, quote, all are on a scale of impracticable splendor and magnitude, and with 2 exceptions, all execrable. One by Lefevre, a combination of obelisk, church steeple, and gashouse chimney intended to look Egyptian, and
What's good,
500
homie?
feet high, is horribly ugly.
What's good,
It has a sort
homie?
of knowing, original, preposterous nightmare look that's rather taking. Dissatisfied with the results of its competition, the trustees of the association decided not to adopt any of the projects. Instead, they went back to Pollard's original design, and on the 19th of October 1847, a
Damn.
procession to Hamilton
killing-
Square
destroying
celebrated
this
the laying
dude.
of the cornerstone on the anniversary of the
Wait,
surrender of
what?
Cornwallis at Yorktown. Inevitably, objections
He
to
definitely
Pollard's
just used
design
turbo.
reappeared in the press.
Oh, damn, that
We
wasn't
cannot
good.
find terms to speak in sufficient contempt, wrote Walt Whitman in an editorial in the Brooklyn Daily Eagle. By December, the association began to accept designs again. One of the more
Peace.
complex schemes in this round was submitted by William Ross Wallace.
Alright, we got this fool.
Guarded by statues symbolizing the continents, the The monument featured a large pedestal covered with
Statues
Washington
representing the
as
continents.
the man, the revolutionary leader, the president of the
It's pretty
United
trippy.
States, and the farmer of Mount Vernon. On top of the pedestal stands a monopteral structure of 13 columns interspersed with statues of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Above rose a large globe, emblematic of the
Bruh.
world, which, quote, must finally be redeemed by the genius of Washington asserting the principles
Wait,
of
did
the
I
American
miss the
Revolution.
heat action?
At the summit of the whole structure soared a colossal statue of the first president. By the end of 1848, the question of the design
Did
had
all of
finally
those
settled
places
for good.
exist?
By then, enough votes had been cast by the citizens of New York for the association to announce that the subscribers to the Washington Monument had selected Lefever's plan for an Egyptian obelisk.
Dude, hell yeah.
Earlier
I think I
that
did
year,
miss
however,
it.
work had begun on another Washington monument in the capital, which also took the form of an ancient Egyptian obelisk
Explosive
that was also
acceleration.
projected to be 500 feet or 150 meters tall. This had caused
Killed
public
that shit.
interest in the project to wane. According to Lefever, although its design was set to be erected in grounds
Nani?
on Murray Hill, it was never
Bro, I
executed
leveled up
for lack of
again? Holy
sufficient
shit.
funds. It would not be until 1856 that New York's first public monument to Washington, a bronze equestrian statue in Union Square, was unveiled. A triumphal arch was also put up in his honor in 1895. Standing in Washington Square, it was designed by architect Stanford White.
The Four
commemorating the
Kings.
centenary of
Okay.
his 1789 inauguration
Alright.
as President of the United States.
Alright, okay.
We travel in a van with our two cats, and this week we're visiting family. With auto ship from Chewy, we
Fucking
were
van and
able to
your
push
two
back our
cats.
delivery to arrive just in time. We love
I'm actually
using
super
AutoShip to
jealous.
ensure
It's
we
pretty
never
cool.
run out of
Dude, the cat I have sitting next to me has been a fucking demon lately. My gosh. I don't want to get into what he's been doing.
In 1929, another project appeared that could have added
It's
a
like I'm mad
monumental
that I like
obelisk to
race
New
those
York's
people.
skyline. At 800 feet or about 240 meters
Ooh,
tall,
turn
this
up.
proposal for a World War I memorial in Battery Park would have been considerably taller than the Washington Monument. Designed by Eric Googler, it featured a visitors gallery and a beacon roughly 600 feet above sea level.
Bruh,
The obelisk
what?
would have been visible not only from the harbor, but along Broadway through all of lower Manhattan and beyond.
What?
The idea was eventually killed off by Robert Moses since it conflicted with his plan.
I'm gonna
to
keep the
Battery
fire,
Bridge, another project that never came to fruition.
but damn.
This was just one of many proposed memorials to the war. In September 1918, 2 months before it ended, a design by Don Barber appeared in the periodical The American Architect. Sited next to Grant's tomb along Riverside Drive, it consisted of a water gate where foreign guests could be greeted, leading up to a stadium and plaza, and then to a number of war monuments on the upper part of the composition.
Picking up a drunk
The
dude.
idea of a water gate would
I feel like
reappear
being
in
it,
several
that would
other
be
designs published in the following
either really
months.
funny or really annoying.
This includes one by Otto Eggers and E.H. Rosengarten, which would have been located about 10 blocks down. Eggers motivated his design by writing that the idea of building a memorial in Central Park, which was also discussed at the time, would be analogous to ushering
Let's
guests
go.
through the back door into the reception room, whereas in the Riverside design, the guests are immediately welcomed at the front door by the president, mayor, and other dignitaries. A third iteration of this idea was proposed by the brothers Franklin and Arthur Ware and their partner M.D. Metcalf. They chose the more logical site of Battery Park at the southern tip of Manhattan, a natural debarkation
shit.
point for a ship
Well-
entering New York Harbor within sight of the Statue of Liberty. From here, a massive gate would open up to Broadway, leading you out of the Battery to City Hall and providing the perfect triumphal way for visiting dignitaries. Meanwhile, Mayor John Hylan had set up a committee on a permanent war memorial, which began advertising for proposals. By November 1919, it found a report concluding that none of the forwarded schemes were found to their satisfaction, but they did recommend 3 general initiatives that they believed would form the basis of future planning. These were a Liberty Bridge erected over the Hudson River, a Liberty Hall, the development of Madison Square Garden to become the largest convention center in the world, and a Liberty Arch erected near Central Park or Madison Square Park. The composite image of this scheme seen here was made by the architect W.A. Somerville. The bridge was never really popular. It wasn't regarded as a fitting enough tribute to New York's sacrifice, and besides, it would mostly be of benefit to the residents of New Jersey. The notion of a Liberty Hall, on the other hand, did attract a lot of public support.
Leveled up again, dude.
However, the
So
Victory
that's
Hall
all you have to
Association
do
that
is
proposed
just
the plans withdrew from the committee's
have a
proposal
conversation
and
with
felt the
them?
scheme
That's
unwrong.
weird.
They
Hey, I'm not
envisioned a
complaining.
grand building inspired by the Parthenon in Athens that would consist of a 20,000-seat auditorium, meeting rooms, swimming pool,
Uh-oh.
as well as a large bronze
Hyper
plaques
turbo
that record the names of the
activated.
However, its
Bro,
apparent
are you
location
fucking
on a
kidding
city
me?
plot next to Grand Central Station brought censure from politicians who argued that the scheme was a cynical means of depriving the city of income and would only benefit the rich hoteliers and club owners in the area. To counter such claims, the association set out an ambitious plan to secure for its site the body of a
Fuck.
unknown soldier.
Press the wrong
To
button.
do this, as well as to secure funding or combat the perceived limitations of the plan, saw the scheme falter and fail by the mid-1920s.
Did I take a screenshot?
The only remaining viable option was the Liberty Arch, but it consistently failed to get sufficient political and popular support. In April 1922, the Permanent War Memorial Committee decided to rework a previous scheme to make the lower reservoir in Central Park the city's war memorial, but this project was also called to a halt 2 years later. Since no agreement could be made as to its form or function, New York never built a central memorial to World War I. That being said, the dedication of spaces, from squares to streets and parks, was used as a way to commemorate it. In addition, many smaller monuments were actually built, ranging from so-called doughboy statues depicting soldiers to the Bronx Victory Column in Pelham Bay Park.
Breaking news. If you're taking metformin or Ozempic,
Oh,
you
shit.
need to see this. Did you know that type 2
Her
has
son's
nothing to do
a
with sugar?
street racer.
In fact, every single organ of your body needs sugar to function. Here's the truth.
What is this
Most
fucking...
people continue to take blood sugar medication.
What is that shit? Damn, dude. That building's crazy.
In the early 20th century, Fort Wadsworth in Staten Island was set to become the site for the National American Indian Memorial. It would have featured a giant statue of a Native American chief, extending his hand to the sea in a sign of peace. Designed by Daniel Chester French, who is also known for his work on the Lincoln Memorial, the statue would have stood atop a Neo-Aztec pyramid, with an Egyptian revival-style complex serving as its foundation, all designed by Thomas Hastings, a partner at the firm Carrara and Hastings. The scheme included a museum, an art gallery, a library, and garden grounds, and would cover every aspect of Native American life, from regalia and artwork to architecture. Rising 165 feet, or about 50 meters, the Native American chief would have been taller than the Statue of Liberty, and with its location near the entrance to New York Harbor, the memorial would have been the first
Oh, he's
site
gonna
of
work at
Indian
the taxi
surviving
place?
city. The memorial was the
Do I
brainchild
have to, like,
of
beat him
Rodman
first?
Wanamaker, a department store magnate and
Oh,
patron of
damn, he
art,
has a
who
crazy
beginning in 1908
car.
had sponsored a series of expeditions to
Low-key.
document Native American tribes and generate public interest and support for American Indians' right to citizenship.
So I do have
On May 12th,
a better
1909,
turbo
shortly
now.
after the second expedition ended, a dinner was held at the New York City restaurant Sherry's to honor Buffalo Bill Cody, whose performance was being held in the New York Hippodrome.
Buffalo Bill.
That night, Cody proposed a giant Native American statue, which Wanamaker had suggested to him, that would be set along the New York Harbor and would serve to welcome everyone to this shore. Many of the guests at the dinner party enthusiastically supported the idea,
Shit.
and it was also met with general support from the public. The project evolved over time. In 1910, one
Here,
version
I'm gonna
saw
hit
a
this,
Peace Memorial, or Great Bronze Column of Staten
fucking
Island that
heat
would sit above Pavilion
action
Hill
real
in
quick.
St. George and Tompkinsville and function as a Western Hemisphere counterpart to the Hague's Peace Palace.
Which one
By
is this?
1912, however,
Explosive
the site was set
acceleration?
to the old Fort Tompkins within
Oh,
Fort
yeah.
Wadsworth.
Secret
The scheme
move.
by Thomas Hastings and Daniel Chester French was produced. The following year, a groundbreaking ceremony was held, attended by President Taft and 30 indigenous leaders.
Bro, that was insane.
The memorial was never realized. The maker
Damn.
was unable to raise sufficient funds and eventually lost interest. The project was further overshadowed by the entry of the United States into World War I. After the war's conclusion, Wanamaker moved on to chair the committee on a permanent war memorial instead, and became heavily involved in that project.
Bro, there's so many buildings that
The
like could have been
motivations
built
behind
that
the
never were
National
built.
American Indian Memorial were
Are like
varied.
really fucking cool. Wait, how did that?
Many Americans viewed it
fuck?
as a celebration of victory over Native Americans, while others considered it, quote, a constant
Oh, I gotta
reminder
fucking
of the
get
vanishing
this.
race to whom we are indebted for the great free gift of a continent. And some thought the monument would memorialize admirable qualities attributed
Turn
to
up
natives
with
and serve
me.
as a lasting beacon of American ideals.
Let's go.
Arizona John Burke, who managed Cody,
Yo.
announced that America
Race
owed
to
at
that
least an
pink slip.
apology for the exigencies
Oh,
of
I
civilized
leveled
man
up
and
again?
his cupidity in appropriating the red man's land.
Fuck yeah.
Though he later clarified that of course it was all done in the name of progress, and God had foreordained that it should be so. But let us build this monument as a lasting tribute to the dying race and to the genius of the man who suggested it. The actor and activist Chauncey Yellow Robe, by contrast, condemned the project in 1914, stating, "We see a monument of the Indian in New York Harbor as a memorial to his vanishing race. The Indian wants no such memorial monument, for he is not yet dead.
Dude, that's funny.
The name of the Native American Indian will not be forgotten as long as the rivers flow and the hills and mountains shall stand. And though we have progressed, we have not vanished."
As Montanans, we are resilient, resourceful.
Yeah, these are
and all about
unbuilt
preserving our way of
monuments.
life
Okay.
that we-
That's crazy, bro. Low key. Oh shit.
Washington, D.C. is a city of monuments and memorials. Often built of stone and in styles that harken back to the ancient world, they give an impression of permanence, and in many cases have become so iconic that it's hard to imagine anything else standing in their place.
Damn.
But for
It's
every
hard to
monument
level
that
up
was
now.
built in the capital of the United States, there were a myriad of alternative design proposals, and some memorials never ended up seeing the light of day at all. Here are a couple of examples of the Washington that could have been.
Uh-oh. Oh
The
shit.
monument to George Washington towers
Yo.
above the city that bears his name, but the structure we see today is only part of what was intended to be built.
That's kind of lit.
The original design was the winning entry into a
I
competition
don't know.
held
I
in
still like
1886
the
by a private society.
racing one.
Robert
That's,
Mills,
that's
it called
pretty
for a
cool.
600-foot Egyptian-style obelisk, ringed by a temple-like structure at the bottom.
I'm gonna
featuring
keep
30
this. I'm gonna
columns,
keep
one
this
for
real
each
quick.
state in the Union at the time. Construction, according to this plan, commenced in 1848, but the project turned out to be too expensive. To cut costs, the temple structure at the base had to be put aside, but the society's collective donations still fell short, and in 1854 work was halted altogether. The structure had only been finished
Try this one.
1/3 of the way up, and it would remain like this until after the Civil War, when Congress assumed responsibility for its funding. In 1884, the Washington Monument finally stood finished, and although somewhat shorter than originally intended, it was still the
Damn,
tallest building
I
in the world
wanted to
until
see
the
that
end of
picture. They're on
decade,
top of that
only
motherfucker.
surpassed by the Eiffel Tower.
Alright.
This was far from the first plan to build a monument to Washington, though, and already in 1799, this proposal for a pyramid-shaped structure was made by Benjamin.
Wait,
Franklin.
what?
There were also a number of alternate ways in which Robert Mills' plan could have been finished.
It's
In
bogus.
1877, Henry Searle created a more elaborate design with three terraces at the bottom, whereas the sculptor Vinalini
Shit.
proposed simply
Bro,
using
that's
the
fucking
structure
insane.
as a base for a grand sculpture of the president.
Fuck that.
Other designs would have turned it into something completely unrecognizable, like this one from 1879, which would have
Make it
converted the
on
obelisk
time.
into a Gothic tower, or this extremely grand and ornate design.
Oh, I hate this place.
The Potomac River is the defining
Bro,
natural
I
feature of
did.
Washington, D.C., and over time, numerous proposals have been made for a monumental bridge crossing it. The most audacious of these designs was put forward in 1887 by the architectural firm Smithmeyer and Peltz. Their bridge gave the impression of a medieval fortress and included two massive
That was not that
towers in the
good,
middle,
but
as well as
hey,
a number
whatever.
of turrets, all elaborately decorated in the Romanesque style.
Fuck
The
this, I'm
structure
going
was
back to the
considered
race.
Arlington National Cemetery, the burial place of thousands of Union soldiers, and was to serve as a memorial to the Civil War general and President Ulysses S. Grant. This was actually Smithmeyer and Peltz's second proposal, the first one being a bit more modest, but neither of them were ever built. By 1901, the idea of dedicating the bridge to Grant had been abandoned, and a new design by Edward P. Casey and William H. Burr was adopted. But once again, talk of building it fizzled out.
First of the Four Kings.
Then,
Alright, so I
in the
can actually race
1920s,
these people.
Another design was made by McKim, Mead and White, and this time the project actually got off the ground. In 1932, the Arlington Memorial Bridge stood finished, uniting both physically and symbolically the North and South. Built
Oh,
in a discreet
the new
neoclassical
guys.
style, the final product lacks towers that could obstruct views and complements the other memorials of the city. Constructed between 1914 and 1922, the Lincoln Memorial stands on the banks of the Potomac and terminates the National Mall to the west. Designed by Henry Bacon in the shape of a neoclassical temple, it has become one of the most popular works of architecture in the entire United States. But it may well have been built on a completely different location and by a different architect. The commission tasked with finding a design for the building had also invited the architect John Russell Pope to put forward some proposals. Like many others, Pope was not a big fan of the swampy site where the monument
Taking down
stands,
the
and
Four
focused
Kings,
his
let's get it.
alternatives. One of his proposals would have placed the monument on a
Oh, this guy's got a fucking Hellcat?
wide staircase leading up to a Greek-inspired temple overlooking the city. Another was located on the grounds of the Soldiers' Home in northeast Washington, where Lincoln drafted the Emancipation Proclamation. This
Oh,
version consisted
damn.
of a round structure with columns encircling the
That was
statue
my
of
bad.
Lincoln.
Oh, got him right there,
He
baby.
was also asked to submit designs for the site by the river.
I got the
Perhaps in a last-ditch effort to get
tuned
ambitious
up.
goals, he put forward a series of radical
Level
designs.
3, got the
Two
chassis,
of them took inspiration from the
got the
cigarette
hyper
stage of
turbo.
SAT, one being square and the other being circular. Another one
I wish
was
that's like what
Egyptian
regular
pyramid,
car parts like were
classical
called
photos
instead of
on the
like,
side. And continuing the pyramid theme, he also used a Mayan-inspired
you know what I
design
mean?
with
That'd
a
be
large
funny.
flame burning at its top.
I got hyper turbo.
Henry Bacon also made designs that ended up being scrapped, like this
Shit.
monumental colonnade with a
That
statue
was
in
bad.
front of it.
That was bad. Whoa, what is this? Bro, what is this? What is this commercial? Oh my gosh, man. I killed that. I killed that. Hold up. It's not annoying. Alright. Wait,
The first
what?
memorial
Come on,
in
come on, come on.
Washington, D.C. is dedicated to Dwight D.
You can do
Eisenhower
it.
and was finished in 2020. Designed by
Oh, okay,
Frank
good.
Gehry, it consists of a 4-acre urban park at the base of Capitol Hill and features a number of pieces telling the story of his
Heat
life.
action?
Originally selected all the way back in 2009,
How come it didn't let me do it?
became the subject of controversy and
Huh,
underwent a long
that's
series
weird.
of alterations until construction could finally begin in 2017. During this time, one of the design's main critics, the National Civic Art Society, organized a competition
Bruh,
between
come
three
on.
proposals in classical style. The
You just
winner,
crash?
by Daniel Cook, featured a triumphal arch,
Almost did
which
too,
was
I'm not gonna
intended
lie.
not as an arch celebrating the victory of a conqueror,
Okay.
but rather of peace.
Might have to use this once we get across.
Show his transition from general
Oh my
philosophy
gosh,
to
that was
civic,
so clutch.
and evokes memories of Washington, who laid aside his power and returned to his farm when his work was done. The second place design continues the theme.
Oh
of
my
age,
gosh,
and
let's
sits
go.
in a series of colonnades surrounding the figure of Eisenhower. Third place was a tie between this design featuring two statues of Eisenhower with a long colonnade between them, and one that would have integrated the memorial in a dense urban fabric with a plaza and square surrounded by both mixed-use residential and office buildings, as well as things like an Eisenhower Memorial Hall and a memorial column. Commendations were also given to this entry, inspired by Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square,
Shoshimi.
and this one inspired by the stripped-down classicism of the Medina era.
Cool Yoshimi.
Lastly, I'd like to briefly go over two unbuilt memorials that I unfortunately couldn't find many good illustrations of. The first one was a 1920s project to build a mother's memorial near the Naval Observatory on Massachusetts.
Gotcha, bitch. I gotta fight this
It was
guy?
spearheaded by Daisy Calhoun, the founder of a now defunct women's rights group called the Women's Universal Alliance. Designed by Joseph Geddes, it would consist of a large tower reminiscent of the Art Deco skyscrapers that were being built at the time, and would have served as an acropolis to the womanhood of all lands. Had it been built, the memorial would have been a dominant part of the skyline, but it faced opposition from the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts and also failed to gather enough funds. Around the same time, there was also talk of creating a memorial to Theodore Roosevelt.
Oh, damn.
In 1925, John Russell Pope
Fucking killed that guy.
tall fountain.
Yo, thanks for whoever's watching. I really appreciate that.
Located by two curved
Hope you're having a great
colonnades.
weekend.
The memorial was to be constructed on the southern banks of the Potomac River tidal basin, seen in the lower right corner of this image. But many thought it was still too soon to build a memorial to Roosevelt, who had only died in 1920, and the site was instead chosen for a memorial to Thomas Jefferson, which was also designed by Pope and stood completed in 1943.
What the fuck did he say? The fuck?
Chewy can help your new pet feel
Bro, I
more
might
at
as well
home.
just keep
Shop
going.
today for everything they need: food, treats, advice, and toys.
I swear, this is just like how...
Germany is a country with many
how it
spectacular
goes, man.
castles. Placed in strategic positions overlooking their lands, they're physical reminders
I
of a
haven't
long-gone
been able
age
to
of
upgrade my
knights and chivalry.
fucking
Except some of them are as old as they
tornado.
look. The dawn of the 19th century saw the growth of Romanticism, a movement which turned to nature
Angel.
and the
Did I miss
past
that
as
one?
ideals, and this led to renewed interest
Ah,
in these
low
old
key, that's
fortifications.
fire.
Having previously gone out of fashion and been abandoned by their lords in favor of sprawling Baroque palaces, people now began to appreciate their rugged beauty. As a result, castles attracted increasing numbers of tourists, and many princes and wealthy individuals returned to rebuild or to remodel them, inspired by fairy tales and
I'm
along
just
with
gonna
the past
see what this
ages.
looks like with the decals.
In doing so, they created some of the most spectacular and
That's pretty
awe-inspiring castles
cool.
ever built, and here we'll be looking at the history and
pretty
design
cool
of 5 of
too.
them.
Eh. I think I want this one, low key. Yeah. That's fire.
We begin with Hohenschwangau Castle, located at the foothills of the Alps in southern Bavaria,
Let's go.
next to the Austrian border. It was founded by the Knights of Schwangau, who had originally built 2 castles on a rugged hill overlooking the site sometime before the year 1090. By 1397, their descendants had constructed this more easily accessible castle nestled between 2 lakes below. In the 1500s, it came into the possession of a wealthy merchant who had it modernized by Italian
You get
craftsmen.
like kidnapped or something?
Then, from 1567, it was owned by the Wittelsbach rulers of Bavaria, who used it for bear hunting, but having been neglected and then damaged by French bombardment in the Napoleonic Wars, it was finally sold for demolition in 1820. Luckily, the castle was saved by an enthusiast and then ended up being bought by Crown Prince Maximilian of Bavaria in 1832, returning it to the royal family. Maximilian had fallen in love with the historic building and its scenic location while hiking in the area some years before, and decided to rebuild the dilapidated structure in neo-Gothic style. He entrusted his art teacher, the painter and stage designer Domenico Quaglio, with the project.
What?
The resulting building, with its distinctly medieval turrets
Formula
and
One
walls,
racer?
made for a dramatic scene, and looks like the backdrop of a theater turned to life. The interior was made to match this style and was decorated with over 90
Oh my
wall
gosh,
paintings
this
depicting
guy
the
used to be a
history of the
Formula
castle
1
and a number
racer.
of medieval German romances. By 1837, the initial transformation
Alright,
of the
I'm gonna have to
castle
race
was
this
finished,
motherfucker.
but
Alright.
as Maximilian
Let's
married
go.
and his family grew, new rooms and
Easy
buildings
as
were
pie.
added. Every summer, they spent several weeks here hunting,
Alright.
fishing, and going on mountain excursions. Records also tell of festivals, jousting games, and royal guests.
Man, my car's looking sick though.
Growing up in this environment had a great impact on his eldest son Ludwig, who would one day go on to create an even more ambitious castle.
You just hit the turbo. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here, son.
Ludwig II ruled over Bavaria from 1864 to 86 and has become known as the Fairy Tale King.
The Fairy Tale
He
King.
increasingly withdrew from day-to-day affairs
Fuck
of
does that
state
mean?
and began to build his own fantasy world, funding extravagant palaces.
Dude, how come I'm
inspired by
not
various
doing the...
time
I
periods.
don't get the heat action.
The first of
Do I have
these
to have my
projects that he
turbo
embarked on
turned
was to
up?
build
Is that how it
Castle,
works?
a dream that he'd had
I
ever
think
since
that's
his
how it
childhood,
works.
when he'd visited the remains of the two
Shit.
older castles high above Hohenschwangau and dreamt of one day rebuilding them.
I feel like maybe I should save...
Having seen
Oh,
similar
shit.
projects being carried out in
I'm gonna
France
say
and
save my
other parts of
turbo until I
Germany,
need it,
and
but...
been inspired by the
I
operas
think
of
I may
Richard
need
Wagner,
it to be
he now
charged up
intended
to use the heat
realize that
action,
dream.
so... Yeah, let me keep
At
that
first,
for
the
now.
project was relatively modest. Only one of the ruins was to be replaced
Oh,
by
shit.
a modern building. But the plans
There we
grew
go.
more ambitious, and in the end took on
Let's get
significant
it.
proportions. Ludwig employed another stage designer to make drafts and an architect to realize the plans, but he himself was deeply involved in the design, keeping track of and commenting on even the smallest of details. In 1868, the
Shit.
ruins of the medieval twin castles, which
Man.
for technical reasons couldn't
About to
be
lap
included
this
in the
dude.
new structure, were demolished. And the next year, construction began on what would become known as Neuschwanstein Castle. During the following 2 decades, the project was the largest employer in the area, with as many as 300 people working
Alright,
directly
let's
on
go.
site at one
This car's
time.
sick.
By the end of Ludwig's reign, his dream castle was taking shape. A collection of structures
Got the
had been built
tornado
of brick
rims.
and
Oh wait,
cased in
he's trying to
white
pat...
limestone and
He
designed
caught up
primarily
with me?
in Romanesque style.
You're fucking kidding me,
The
dude.
gatehouse,
You're
proudly
kidding
displaying the
me.
royal coat of arms, is past
You're
endless
kidding me.
stages of
What?
woodwork, bound by buildings on all but
What
one
the
side
fuck?
and leading up to the great hall
Alright.
where the king would have resided.
Let's
This
hit the
beautiful
turbo on your
composition
bitch
is not
ass.
all that he'd intended to build
Alright,
on.
Nathan, don't hit a car. Don't hit a
In the
car.
middle
Don't
of
hit a
this
car.
spacious courtyard, there should have been
Alright,
a basilica
alright,
on a
alright.
90-meter-tall
Wait until you
keep.
get on the
Above
straight.
the castle's more than 200 planned rooms, only
Blast that
15 were
turbo.
finished.
That hyper turbo.
The largest of these was the 27
Yeah.
Hall of Singers, followed by the somewhat smaller but nonetheless majestic
Dude, so
Colonial
I thought-
Byzantine style.
Well, I still have... he's not even one of the 4 kings or whatever. Oh, I leveled up twice. Damn, that car is...
For example,
So
just this
sick.
bed canopy took 14 carvers 4 years of
Dude, I
work
just
to
beat a
complete.
F1 driver. Kiru is
Following
fucking...
the king's
can do
death in
everything, bro.
1886, parts of the castle that were under construction were finished in simplified
Blah,
form,
blah, blah, blah,
and the
blah.
complex was quickly opened to
Wait.
the public to pay off some of the late king's large debts.
He used to be a street racer?
Since
What
then,
the fuck?
Neuschwanstein has
Dude, this
continued
is
to attract tourists,
hilarious.
and is estimated to welcome the grand total of more than 60 million visitors.
Who cleans this best? Tide. Get 3 times the cleaning power when you switch to Tide.
Oh, I was gonna ask him.
Leaving
Oh,
Bavaria
now I'm
behind,
definitely about to
our
level
next
up.
building is located in northern Germany in what was once the Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin.
Oh,
In
yeah.
1847, Grand Duke Paul Frederick decided to move the ducal residence back from the
Oh,
17-year-old
shit, I don't have enough
Ludwig's
points.
palace to his
I
ancestral
spent it all
seat
on
in
rims.
Castle. The founder of his dynasty,
Ooh.
a Slavic chieftain called Niklot, owned a fort on the site in the 12th century, but lost it to German invaders.
I honestly still like that one.
His son, who converted to Christianity, managed to regain many of Niklot's lands by becoming a German vassal, but it wouldn't be until 1358 that his descendants
Damn,
purchased
I
back
don't
the county of
have enough for
Schwerin.
that turbo.
Over the next centuries, the fort, strategically situated on a small island, was gradually developed into an imposing castle and then transformed into an extravagant Renaissance palace.
After this,
By
I'm gonna
time
do the
Paul
main
Frederick moved
mission.
back in, however, the building was showing its age. It was largely in poor condition, and hundreds of years of additions had made it into an incoherent agglomeration of many different styles. The Duke's answer to this problem was to build a new palace in a nearby garden, but just a few months after construction had begun, he passed away. His son, Frederick Francis II, took a very different approach, preferring to completely remodel the old castle. Having received design proposals from leading German architects, he had various aspects of them combined into a
I
final
hate
plan,
it.
which took heavy inspiration from the French Renaissance castles of the Loire Valley. Construction could begin in 1843, and by 1851, the radical transformation of the old castle into the gleaming building we see today was complete. Connected to the city of Schwerin by an elaborate arched bridge, the castle greets you with a grand entrance portal and an equestrian statue of the chieftain Niklot. Above is a monumental gilded dome, surrounded by towers and pinnacles rising towards the sky. With its many wings,
Suzuki-san, that still gets me.
from every angle and is skillfully integrated into its gardens, which include an ornate orangery and a remodeled baroque garden with a cross-shaped canal
Am I gonna race
reflecting
him?
the building in its waters. Inside are over 600 rooms, including
Finally.
a elegantly ornamented throne room with
It's
columns
cool.
of
Wow,
marble
it's
and
cool.
gilded
Yoshimi.
doors. Another highlight is the chapel, originally built in the 1500s and renovated in a neo-Gothic
1 in
style
100
the 19th
chance.
century. In 1918, the last duke was forced to abdicate and leave his home,
So fucking
but the
funny.
castle his family built remains and is considered to be one of the most important works of romantic historicism in Europe. The Rhineland in western Germany is an area that became particularly famous during the Age of Romanticism for its dramatic scenery and many historic castles. One admirer was Crown Prince Frederick William of Prussia, who traveled through the area in 1815, the same year that it was awarded to his kingdom in the Congress of Vienna. Being newcomers to the Rhineland, the Prussian royal family were looking for ways to establish their legitimacy here in the early 19th century, and an opportunity to do this appeared in 1823 when the city of Koblenz awarded the ruined castle of
This guy's mobbing.
Stolzenfels as a gift to the
Whoa.
Crown Prince. Originally built around
Do that on purpose?
1250 by the Prince Bishop of Trier, it was used as a toll castle until 1412. Over the years, it was extended several times, but in the 17th century, it was destroyed.
We
by the
race
French
on like the
and
same
left as a
track.
ruin for the next 150
At
years.
least I'm familiar with this level.
Wanting to show his presence in the area and to present himself as the rightful heir to the Rhenish noble families,
Oh yeah.
Frederick
Oh
began
yeah.
to rebuild the castle in
That was fire.
1826 with the goal of turning it into a splendid
Okay, I'm gonna
summer
keep the
residence.
turbo until I
With
do
the
the
help
heat
of famous
action.
architect Carl Friedrich Schinkel and his student
Sheesh.
August Stüler, the ruin was turned into a neo-Gothic palace, in part inspired by Hohenschwangau Castle
You
in
guys should.
Bavaria
No, I'm
and
gonna
many
do
similar
it
buildings in England.
right after this.
In 1843, the
Shit,
structure stood
shit.
finished and was
That's
inaugurated
so
with a
annoying.
costume
Fuck.
Over the
I
next
gave
few
up the
years,
lead
it was
right
extended
before that
into a
happened.
small Neo-Gothic chapel, which in turn was inaugurated during a visit by Queen Victoria. Rising high above the River Rhine, the modern castle retains as much as possible of the original structure. The five-sided keep at its center, for example, dates back all the way to the middle of the 14th century. The interior still retains the original furniture.
Wait, why did I-
and includes rooms
Why did I
decorated
do
with
that?
medieval knights' armor and paintings
Why did I do?
recalling the
Oh,
history of the area.
hell yes. Okay, never mind.
The
Never
castle
mind.
There is also a small garden shaped like a Gothic rose window, and the building is surrounded by a 9-hectare large landscaped park. Soon after it was finished, Stolzenfels Castle was open to the public whenever the royal family wasn't using it, and it remains a popular destination today.
Time to set a cozy mood. Shea butter and warm sugar is where it's at. Or maybe you're more in a champagne spritz and roses type mood. Whatever the mood, set it with one of these Febreze air
The
mist
fuck is this
fragrances
commercial?
today.
Oh, that's not good. That wasn't good. was not good. I'm gonna do the same thing and just save my turbo for the last part.
This time to Italy, and on his way there, he
This
traveled
person's,
through what is
he's
now
definitely gonna
Baden-Württemberg
gain
in southern
up
Germany.
on me.
There, he would get a
Shit,
chance to
man.
discover his roots.
Ah.
On top of a mountain near a town called Pechien,
Damn,
lay
dude.
Hohenzollern Castle, the
Don't
namesake
like
and
this. I
ancestral
don't
home
like
of
this.
Alan.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Curious about his past, Frederick
Here we
couldn't
go.
help but take the opportunity to pay a visit.
Oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna clip him. That would have that would have been bad. That's how I win every single race, is just use the turbo at the very end.
The castle, which is believed to have been founded
Cool
in the 11th
Yoshimi.
century, was
Or like
described in the
slow
Middle Ages as a
Yoshimi.
vast and artistically impressive structure,
Oh
with
yeah,
sources
we
praising
going
it as the
up.
crown of all castles in the region of Swabia. This first castle, however,
Damn.
was completely destroyed in 1423 after a year-long siege.
I'm gonna have like
by the
no point.
Swabian
I'm
League
not
of
gonna even
Cities.
be able to upgrade my car now. It
A few
sucks.
decades later, a new, stronger castle was built in its place.
I seriously should.
But during the 30 years
I shouldn't have
war,
wasted
the
all
House
my
of
fucking
Hohenzollern
points on
lost
that.
ownership of it, and it would for a
Rims
long
and
time be
shit.
controlled by the Habsburgs.
Wait,
After
what's
the
going
last
on? He
Austrian
just
garrison
ran
left
away.
in 1798, the castle fell into disrepair, and by the time Frederick William visited, only the chapel was left in decent condition. The visit left a lasting impression on him, and writing in 1844, by which time he had become King of Prussia, he noted that, quote, "The memory of the year 1819 to me is exceedingly lovely and like a beautiful dream, especially the sunset we saw from one of the castle bastions. Now is the desire, a dream of my youth, to see Hohenzollern Castle again made habitable." The House of Hohenzollern had once been split into two branches.
The fuck is he
one
saying?
Protestant that came to settle
Wrestling
around
your
Prussia,
jimmies?
and another Catholic
What did he say?
in southern Germany.
Oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I really wanted. Slow up.
And through joint financing,
Okay.
build a common monument to their
Let's get
dynasty.
the fuck out of here.
Friedrich August Stieler, who had previously worked on Stolzenfels Castle and would be one of the architects involved in the design of Schwerin Castle as well, was appointed to draw up a plan for the project in 1846.
Oh damn, I
Like in
haven't
his previous
withdrawn
work, the
any of
design
my
was
wages.
stylistically influenced by neo-Gothic
I bet I have like
buildings
I
in
bet I have a
Italy
ton of
and other
money,
castles
honestly.
of the Loire Valley in France.
Yeah.
Construction began in 1850.
Word.
and the third castle of
Oh, there's a
Hohenzollern
couple
was
of
still finished in 1867.
side quests over there.
This building is guarded by high walls and bastions and entered through the Eagle Gate, featuring an attached
I don't really
drawbridge.
feel like fighting that guy, to be honest.
Reaching its top, you find a courtyard and the U-shaped palace complex sitting upon the outline of the second castle, the Catholic and Protestant chapel at each end. Entering the building through the watchtower, you reach the ancestry hall with the wall paintings showing the Hohenzollern family tree. From there, you can go to the Count's Hall, covering the entirety of the castle's southern wing and boasting elaborate rib vaulting held up by columns of red marble. Nearby, there's a library with murals showing the history of the Hohenzollerns, and among the private quarters is the Queen's Room, filled with portraits of family members. There is also a treasury which, following the Second World War, was filled with valuable artworks and Prussian memorabilia, like the crown of Emperor Wilhelm II of Germany, made in 1888. Sadly, the builder of the current castle, Frederick William, never lived to see it finished. It has also never been used as a
Going
permanent
to a mixer.
residence, being intended primarily as a showpiece. Today, the castle remains jointly owned by the Prussian and Swabian branches of the House of Hohenzollern, and is one of the
Damn, I
most
shouldn't have
visited
done
castles
this.
in all of Europe.
I need to progress this story.
Ordinary dish soap.
Didn't we do
removes
something like
grease
this
behind.
before?
Only Dawn Platinum removes 99%
Am I
of grease.
tripping?
King Ludwig I.
Man, I'm just
called
playing
in
crazy
1845 would become a great
architect
patron of
videos.
art and architecture. Of all Bavarian monarchs, it is probably he who has left the largest mark on Munich, erecting churches, monuments, and museums.
Did it say chubby girl?
At the same time, he carefully managed his state finances and initiated a number of projects that were
Gleefully gaunt lady.
Growth. But unlike his father Maximilian, who was widely loved by his people, Ludwig would be a far more controversial ruler. Beginning his reign as a supporter of liberalism, he turned increasingly repressive,
Damn.
and a scandalous love affair would badly damage
Yeah, what
his
the fuck?
reputation.
She likes to go.
Ludwig was born in 1786 in Strasbourg, France, and was named after his godfather, King Louis XVI. His actual father,
What?
Maximilian, would eventually become King of Bavaria, but was at this point still a fairly minor noble serving as an officer in the French army. When the revolution broke out in 1789, the family was forced to flee Strasbourg and would in the following years settle in a number of different places in Germany. In 1796, while staying in Rohrbach Castle near Heidelberg, Ludwig's mother, Princess Augusta Wilhelmine of Hesse-Darmstadt, died of tuberculosis at the young age of 30.
I'll have a beer,
During
please.
that same year, Ludwig's upbringing
I should have
was
said
largely
that.
in the hands of Catholic theologian Joseph Anton Sambuga. He instilled in him a strict sense of duty and also a strong belief in the divine right of kings, something that would likely contribute to Ludwig's later controversies as a ruler. In 1799, his father inherited the electorate of Bavaria, and 4 years later, Ludwig began studying at the Bavarian State University in Landshut. Here, as well as at the University of Göttingen, his political views continued to take shape, and they became a
Wait, what? That was
supporter of
bad?
liberalism and
Dude, you have no
German
idea. It's
Ludwig also
it's so hard to
studied
gauge like the
history
right
and the
thing.
languages of French, Italian,
Time for some real
Spanish,
man
and
talk.
eventually also
Now it's
Russian.
time for the King's game.
Between 1804 and 1805, he went on the customary trip to Italy, thereby completing his education.
Wait, what's the King's game?
Later, Ludwig would recall that it was there, while viewing a sculpture of Hebe by Antonio Canova, that his passion for art was awakened. With the elevation of Bavaria to the rank of kingdom on January 1st, 1806, Ludwig became its first crown prince. This elevation had been possible due to his father's alliance with Napoleon, something that Ludwig, a German patriot, strongly opposed. But despite his anti-Napoleonic stance, he had no choice but to join the Emperor's wars, and would lead Bavarian troops into battle alongside the French. The question of who Ludwig was to marry had seemingly been decided already in 1799.
Oh my gosh, dude.
As per a contract between Bavaria and Russia, his future wife would be Grand Duchess Catherine, a daughter of Emperor Paul I. But as time went by, this plan faced increasing opposition and was finally abandoned in 1808 against the will of Ludwig. This was not least because Napoleon, who at times considered marrying her himself, was against it. Instead, Ludwig married Princess Therese of Saxe-Hildburghausen 2 years later, on the 12th of October, 1810. To celebrate this, the citizens of Munich were invited to attend festivities held outside the city gates.
Oh my
A fountain
gosh.
was put up where
Wait,
visitors
that's how it ended.
wine and beer, and a grand horse race was also held, attracting some 50,000
Oh, that's so
spectators.
bad.
The event
That's
was
so
successful
bad.
that the next year it
That's
was
kinda
decided
funny.
to be repeated, now extended with a show to promote Bavarian agriculture. Although the fair was cancelled due to war in 1813, it then continued to be held year after year. This is the origin of the famous Oktoberfest. Soon after the wedding, Ludwig was appointed Governor-General
It's
of what
pretty
was the
average.
Prince Archbishopric of Salzburg. The area had been secularized in 1803, after which it has spent a couple of years as a part of Austria
Her name's
before being
Kondo.
incorporated into Bavaria in 1810.
It's funny as hell.
The newlywed couple therefore moved to Salzburg and settled into Mirabell Palace, the lavish Baroque residence of the old Prince Archbishops. The next year, in 1811,
Oh, it's my
their
boyfriend.
first child and future King of Bavaria, Maximilian, was born. In total, they would have 9 children. Ludwig and Therese both enjoyed their time in Salzburg, and in the aftermath of the Congress of Vienna, the prince tried in vain to lobby the Austrian emperor to allow it to remain a part of Bavaria. But in 1816, the
Damn.
territory was returned to Austria, and the couple would afterwards mainly reside in Würzburg.
That's crazy. Those
Ludwig also
buildings
made
are
numerous
like,
trips
I
to
just
Italy
looked at the
and also
YouTube
stayed
video.
in Villa
I think these are
Malta in
like
Rome,
super
which he
old,
eventually bought.
like really, really old.
Having served as governor, Ludwig still had no influence over national policy.
Like a few hundred years
Any
old or
attempts at
some shit.
intervening in the government were blocked by the Count of Montgelas, the country's leading minister and his father's most trusted
Through a
advisor.
year.
Montgelas's
There's not
pro-French
pictures,
policy
like it
made
has
him
to
not
be
show
like
enemy of the Crown
the
Prince, who, in
1700s or some
cooperation
shit.
with Field Marshal Karl Philipp von
Or
Wrede,
like
finally succeeded in deposing the minister in February of 1817. With Montgelas no longer able to block it, a new liberal
Bro, this thing
constitution
is
was passed
still
the following
going.
year, the contents of which were strongly influenced
Wait,
by Ludwig.
we're going to a cabaret club, or okay,
In
they're just there.
1825, King Maximilian died, and Ludwig became enthroned as the next Bavarian monarch. Still
I
an
bet.
ardent proponent of liberalism, he soon lifted press censorship and tried to push through a program of reform aimed in various ways at simplifying the administration and at introducing the concept
Man.
of popular representation at the district level.
It was like an hour of doing those missions. Where am I supposed to go? Bro, what the
But
fuck
when he
are
tried to
those
get his bills
videos,
passed
man?
in Parliament in 1827, they were faced with fierce opposition, not least from liberal radicals who found them to
Dude,
be
like,
too moderate.
I saw that Warcraft made
This
like this
experience
game.
would
It's like,
begin
I think
the
it's
process
supposed to be like
solution
Clash of the
to
Clans or
reform of the
whatever.
king.
So lame.
What decisively turned him down a more reactionary path, however, was the French July Revolution of 1830 and the subsequent spread of this movement through Europe. Fearful that revolution would reach his own country, he reacted harshly when student riots broke
What are we
out on
doing?
Christmas of
Oh,
1830,
cutscene?
closing down the university in Munich and deporting foreign students. A month later, he reinstated censorship of the press, and in the following years it would be further tightened. In 1832, popular discontent manifested itself in the Hambach Festival. Officially a non-political county fair, the event, which attracted around 20 to 30,000 people from all parts of society, was a demonstration in favor of German unity and democracy. In its aftermath, 142 political trials were initiated and 7 death sentences were pronounced before being commuted to long-term imprisonment by the king. In total, around 1,000 political trials would be held during his reign. In the latter part of the 1830s, Ludwig established a semi-absolutist style of government and was supported in this by the Catholic ultramontanist faction, which gained control over parliament. Under their rule, Bavaria's Protestants began to be
Oh damn, they
marginalized.
recognize Kira.
Conversion to Catholicism was promoted, and holding Protestant services was made complicated and restricted. In 1838, the king personally issued an order for all military personnel to kneel in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament at Corpus Christi processions and church services. In doing so, he was merely reinstating an old custom that had been abolished in 1803, but since then Bavaria had acquired large Protestant areas, which made the decision very controversial. Finally, in 1841, the female Protestant Queen Caroline was inducted with the
Masaru
symbol of royal dignity, and
Watasi.
it caused a scandal and demonstrations were held. This treatment of his beloved stepmother permanently softened Ludwig's attitude towards Protestants. While these political controversies were playing out, Bavaria was being transformed into a center of culture. Ever since his time as crown prince, Ludwig had been a keen collector of art and sent his agents across Europe to acquire old masterpieces. Additionally, he supported artists in the contemporary Nazarene movement, which aimed to revive spirituality in paintings. Seeing art primarily as an educator of the people, he constructed a number of museums where his collections could be
Yeah, where the fuck?
public.
They kidnapped him.
One of them, the Glyptothek, was commissioned already before he came to power and was made to house his impressive collection.
Oh yeah, it's
The neoclassical
it's that one guy like
dated
A
by the state
Aorar.
collections of
I
antiquities,
forget. Starts with an
located on
A.
the side of the Königsplatz, or King's Square. The Alte Pinakothek, a museum housing his painting collection, is based in its design on the architecture of the Italian Renaissance. When inaugurated in 1836, it was the largest museum in the world, and despite being aesthetically inspired by history, it was structurally very modern and would be emulated in future buildings. The Neue Pinakothek, which was later constructed next to it, would serve as one of the world's first museums of contemporary art, but was unfortunately lost in the Second World War. The new museums did much to put Munich on the map, but they were merely part of a greater plan to transform the city into a major European capital, capable of rivaling even the likes of Paris in its artistic achievements. Ludwig once explained his ambition as follows: I want to transform Munich into
Then
a
some
city
of those
that honors
paintings are
Germany
crazy.
so wholeheartedly that no one may claim to know Germany until they've seen Munich. For nearly 40 years, he would funnel state funds and virtually all of his private income towards this goal. To realize it, he employed the architects Leo von Klenze and Friedrich von Gärtner, who would reshape the city.
Are we gonna
based
fight
on
these guys? Hell yeah.
models of Periclean Athens and Renaissance Florence.
Damn, dude. I wish I could go back in time and see that.
Known as the Propylaea was built as a monumental entrance to the previously mentioned Königsplatz. The sturdy structure is designed to evoke its ancient counterpart of the same name on the Athenian Acropolis. The Ruhmeshalle, or Hall of Fame, is also based on Greek precedent and originally housed 74 busts of notable individuals from various history.
I've never heard of that
Since
building.
been expanded. The city's grandest boulevard was also commissioned by the king under the name the Ludwigstrasse after him. It was intended to be used for great public events like parades and funeral processions, and the buildings lining it were to symbolize the pillars of the Roman nation. The boulevard begins at the Odeonsplatz in the Old City, and here the Field Marshal's Hall was built to designs by Gärtner. From there it runs in a straight line for a kilometer, terminating at the neoclassical Siegestor.
Done, son.
Together, these
Pick up one of
buildings
these.
honored the Bavarian army. The Catholic Church was represented by the Ludwigskirche, built from 1829 to 44, as one of the earliest examples of the Rundbogenstil. This type of architecture combined elements from a number of
Damn.
historical eras and was intended as a unique
Leave me alone.
contemporary and German style. The decoration of its interior was left to Peter von Cornelius, one of the main representatives of the Nazarene movement. Science was also represented at the Ludwigstrasse in the Bavarian State University, which the king moved here from Landshut. Additionally, the Bavarian State Library was accommodated in a new brick structure, harkening back to the early Italian Renaissance. The Munich residence, Bavaria's royal palace, also received a major overhaul. Leo von Klenze was instructed to extend the structure on the southern side, adding the Königsbau, or King's Building. On its first floor are 5 halls filled with scenes from the Nibelungenlied. Written down
Why is this guy not getting up?
This work was seen as the epitome of German epic poetry, which was why the king wanted the halls to be accessible
To put him out of his
right from the
misery.
start. Meanwhile, another grand extension was being put up on the north side of the residence. The Festsaalbau, or banqueting hall wing, was also designed by Klenze and stretches 250 meters long. Many of its interiors were never restored after World War II, but it would once have contained the Grand Throne Room, where ceremonies like the accession to the throne would have taken place. The small
Are you gonna
throne
fight
room
you?
located in the Königsbau still exists, however.
When a fire starts, every moment matters. How quickly can you respond?
What would you have done differently? Sure, a fire extinguisher does come in handy.
The fuck?
Ludwig's building spree was not limited to the capital, and they also erected a number of impressive monuments in the Bavarian countryside. Most famous of these is probably the Valhalla monument.
What the fuck? That
Named
place
after
looks
Odin's
crazy.
home in Norse mythology, the building is an example of the Greek revival style. Located in a dominant position high above the Danube, it is modeled after the Parthenon in Athens and serves as a memorial to the great politicians, sovereigns, scientists, and artists of the German time.
So this is like all this shit's in Germany?
On the
That's
inside
fucking
are
crazy.
65 plaques and 130 busts covering
Bro,
people over
what
2,000
the
years
fuck?
of history, going all the way back to Arminius.
I'm not even gonna lie, that shit's
Ludwig
fire.
himself can be found here as a large statue was added in his honor 22
Damn.
years after his death.
Oh cap.
Built from 1830 to 1842, the Valhalla was the precursor to the Ruhmeshalle in Munich. His other
By the way,
great
thank you for
role
everyone that's
was
watching. I
the
really
finest
appreciate it.
monument, the Hall of Liberation.
I know my
Located on top
fucking
of a hill,
webcam is
the
broken,
structure
but
commemorates battles won against
or my
Napoleon
app
and
is,
the
but
liberation of
I'm gonna
Germany
order a
from
real
True.
one. Just because it's,
Circular
I
building
need
is
to.
29
It's about
meters wide
time.
and 45 meters tall, with an interior illuminated by an oculus. Decorated with plaques and memorial
Oh, Hakusi. I think this is supposed to be like Hennessy. Oh my gosh, bro.
Sculptures can also
That
be
was
found on the
baller.
exterior, representing the different regions of
That was
Germany.
baller status.
18 in number, the colossal statues are nearly 6 meters tall each. The king also erected the Villa Ludwigshöhe as a summer residence for himself.
Let's go.
Located at the edge of the Palatine Forest in
Let's
the
go,
Bavarian
baby.
district, He would live here every 2 years in the latter part of his life. Another of Ludwig's villas was, by contrast, not actually meant to be lived in. The Pompeianum was constructed as a replica of a Roman townhouse found in Pompeii and would help art lovers in Germany to study ancient culture. Being well disposed towards the church, Ludwig also restored many of the monasteries that had been shut down by his father and even founded new ones. Furthermore, he supported the restoration and completion of a number of cathedrals. Amazingly, Ludwig achieved all of this without bankrupting his kingdom. In fact, during his reign, Bavaria's finances were in better shape than at any point in the past 150 years. This was largely thanks to his rigorous restriction of expenditure. As Crown Prince, Ludwig had systematically prepared himself for managing the economy, and with a rare consistency put the plans he developed into practice after coming to power.
Bro.
He took great care to
That's what's
streamline
up.
the administration, reserving the appointment of all civil servants to himself.
I need to go to this
The
grocery
greatest
store.
saving
Oh,
measures,
sorry, I'm looking at my
however,
phone. I wasn't looking at the game. What just happened?
This was possible because Ludwig
Fuck.
had confidence in the stability of the German Confederation, of which
I missed what
Bavaria was a
happened.
member. He also didn't have any ambitious foreign policy, and even if that had been the case,
okay.
the medium-sized states in the Confederation were extremely limited in what they could do.
On Sundays, I've been doing some
There was
pretty,
one
like,
major exception to this rule, though.
I thought you said smoking a little weed or
In other
something.
words, an admirer of Greece, and
I've been
passionately supported
doing,
the
like,
struggle for
big
independence.
dinners on Sundays.
Already before becoming
I don't know if
king,
I'm
he
gonna
tried to
do that
organize financial
today,
support for the freedom
though.
fighters, and
I'm
provided a
sure.
large loan to them in
I have a bunch of
1821.
food. I don't want to
Having come
have it
power,
go to
he continued to
waste.
support the movement, providing funds and allowing Bavarian
Yeah, not
officers
sure.
to take part in the war. Largely because of these efforts,
I gotta
his son
fucking
Otto
build a
was elected
gaming
as king
chair.
of Greece by
It's
the
not that.
European
It's not like
great
it's
powers
hard,
in
but
1832.
build
Another result
that.
of his
Build this
Philhellenism
fucking
was that the
TV
name
stand.
Bavaria, which had previously been spelled Bayern with an I,
Really don't want to
came
do
be
that.
spelled with a Greek-derived letter Y instead. Ludwig also reintroduced the traditional names of Bavaria's regions, which had simply been named after rivers by his father. For example, the Isar district
Hold on, I'm gonna pause this real
Bavaria
quick.
once again.
That shit's crazy. I love learning about like the old architecture shit. Yeah, if anyone that's watching, if y'all wanna subscribe, that'd be dope. It's kind of cool. We've gotten some a little community going, so it's been pretty fun. So, wait, all of a sudden he's not. Did he get a new suit? Kind of confused by what's going on here. Hmm. So he's basically saying that they had nothing to do with Daigo. How many people are in the Omi Alliance? Because there's like 30,000 people in the Tojo clan.
かっこつけんのやめましょうや、桐生はん。ヤクザは所詮ヤクザ。わしは今のあんたが退屈そうに見えてしゃあない。登場会に戻ってください。
Go back to the Tojo
思い
clan.
っきり喧嘩楽しもうやないですか。どないしました。もうお帰りですか。
What does that even mean?
俺とお前は違う。お前の極道は死に様。俺の極道は生き様だ。
どういう意味ですか。
Oh, damn. It's deep.
同じ道だな。死に向かって戦うのだ。生きるために戦うのは違うということだ。いずれわかる。
ほう、そら楽しみですね。
Is that like basically saying that he's gonna kill him one day? Damn. I feel like that's a chapter.
4代目
Oh, these two again.
どう
お前たちと同じ理由だ。
どうして
お前。いや、
私がそう言ったんですか。ちょっと待ってください。会長らちったのは。
いや、大悟らちには
Honestly, it's obvious. It's obvious the guy that it was like a couple of days after Daigo left. The guy that became like the interim person. Okay, let's go. Suka. Damn, bro, those taxi games are fun. It literally could be its own game. Okay. Yeah, Patriarch Aoyama. I can't say it.
青山は
Wait, what?
ただ青山は
Yeah. No, exactly. He's trying to the Aoyama. I can't say that. Aoyama.
強い興味を持って
Oyama.
知っていたのだ。
He's trying to take over the Tojo clan or whatever.
つまり渡瀬組の福岡入りは
だが一人大悟。
何か思い。
青山
It's gotta be that dude.
青山組長は会長長瀬大の人。
Oh, dude, it has my car. That's so fun. It's fire. Word. Tornado rims on it. Look at that. Look at those rims. Look at those rims, though. And that paint job is sick. The tribal with the fucking angel wings and the heart. Man. That car is so dope. Alright. Bring back this video. Here, maybe I'll watch something else. Watch the stream. What? Fibonacci and the golden ratio. This looks interesting.
And your living room, And your dining room?
Get this going. Get some conspiracy
Howdy, y'all.
theories.
Howdy, yo. Welcome back. Have you ever heard of the Second Empire? Honestly, this was something that really intrigued me just by the title alone. In today's video, we're going to be looking at Second Empire architecture. Now, in the vast history of the Americas, both North and South, we often are met with substantial evidence of pre-existing cultures which not only existed in pre-colonization America, but these cultures actually thrived in the area, with many of these mysterious societies seemingly paving the way for the vast migration to the New World.
We going to the top flow. I forgot to eat again, dude.
The current narrative as a whole seems to ignore certain aspects, certain evidence, which would suggest a vast majority of the major cities in the Americas already existed in some capacity amongst the vast populations of what are referred to today as the indigenous people. The extent of these cities is often debated. From wooded sites with little architecture used for retreat hunting, fishing, and trade, which developed into the massive cities centuries later, or vast mound cities that were interconnected over acres of land, which seemingly disappeared as the modern cities were constructed directly on top, to the mysterious cities of myth and legend, which certain indigenous groups as well as certain settlers swore to be true to exist, but remain unfounded.
That's actually kind of good to have.
Assortment of hearsay when it comes to the earliest recorded history of most major cities in America. If we entertain the theory that perhaps a more advanced system of trade, and therefore a more advanced form of society, was occurring in ancient America, we must also then begin to entertain the thought
like
that
the architecture,
the superior and advanced architecture would seem to line the old world America. These buildings, which lack a proper narrative, could be associated to different cultures that many centuries ago shaped the infrastructure of America. To the historical narrative, we look to the time period directly after the Civil War. The Civil War, for all intents and purposes, reshaped the many cultures who called America home.
Dude, this guy's voice is kind of annoying.
For starters, this was one of the first major conflicts where we see full-scale destruction of entire cities for seemingly no purpose other than demonstrating power and possibly erasing history. We certainly have other previous conflicts around the world where we see strategic destruction of certain buildings and certain idols. However, the American Civil War appeared to be the precursor for the type of battle to be fought in these wars going forward. All of this, for lack of a better term, transformed America. If we can identify a form of unified culture which pre-existed the 19th century in America, we can almost guarantee that during that time period of the Civil War, the last aspects of this culture would have been erased from the timeline. This removal of a unified culture would have been done behind the scenes. And according to this theory, and again, this is just a theory, this would have occurred not on the surface, not written about in the newspapers, or as a direct conflict or an interest of the public, like in North
an achievement?
versus
Why did
South,
everything slow
but
down?
rather, those surface conflicts that were written about would have been used as the auspices to change the rules of society. It's difficult to explain, but during the mid-1800s, we have an explosion of mental hospitals, for example, and insane asylums appearing all around the world.
True.
With the largest concentration of them being in America. Many of these early asylums appear like castles, often standing as the largest and most elaborate building in their respective town or city, with furnishings.
I'm not gonna lie, that is true.
And all of these
and that actually even applies to the small town that I'm in right now.
We're told basically society had divided so much by the mid-1800s between wealthy and poor, which the Civil War did little to quell, that after the war, the poor citizens and the newly free citizens without any wealth were reduced to living in the streets. Eventually, the poor were rounded up in every state and moved into these asylums, sometimes called at that time almshouses, but essentially they functioned like luxury prisons. The children of the poor and those who were committed into these asylums then became orphans, often taken from their families. We also have thousands of castle-sized orphanages, which appear on the American timeline like clockwork in the mid-1800s. These orphans became the new workforce, sold as indentured servants and adopted.
That's another
throughout
thing that is kind of weird, I'm not gonna
using
lie.
The orphan trains, which traveled throughout America.
Yeah, all the orphans
In
and
this
shit.
theory of an ancient advanced society in America.
Like a lot of this, I think,
often
is like actually
labeled as
like
Tartary. We are told
like,
basically
it's
everything
actually
that happened in
proven.
the mid-1800s occurred as the last bastion of this society, which was once worldwide, had retreated to America, or possibly had used America as their home base of sorts
Wait, what
for many
happened?
centuries before their land was invaded. Either way, according to this theory, again a theory, we
What
have
the
a
fuck?
highly sophisticated cast of people residing in America
Yeah, dude.
many centuries ago, who essentially introduced the world to many new things throughout time, whether it was tobacco, or ball sports, or steam engines, or airships, to harnessing electricity, to the big one, photography. The concept being, nearly everything we have today was trickled down to us through hundreds of years from a more advanced source. In this theory, that source is a unified previous culture, which resided in America, with the Civil War in this theory being the idea of removing the last pieces of this
fucking take this
history
guy
of
out.
the united culture. The wars and the revolutions of the mid-1800s was then, according to this theory, followed by World War I, which destroyed what remained of this culture that either existed or had fled to Europe. And then World War II, which looked to quell the Axis
Oh, he's
powers
pulling out the
who had
blick.
rediscovered the truth and technology about the previous culture. Again, this is all just a theory, but we do have the countless revolutions of nearly every major world power, including a second American Revolution, if you'd like to look at the Civil War that way, occurring one after another in the mid-1800s. It's as if we were watching the dominoes fall. Which ties me very nicely to what I want to share with you in today's video. Besides the concept and theory that I just presented, it's also...
So, alright, these videos, low-key, I actually find pretty interesting because they talk a lot about, like, how there are all these, like, buildings that were built during, like, periods of time, like, during, like, the Civil War and shit like that, and, like, not only, like, the buildings, but, like, the architecture, just, like, the crazy architecture and, like, the fairs, like, the world fairs and shit. There's a lot of, like, weird stuff that doesn't seem to make sense. Definitely you guys should check out I know this probably people watching this is like kind of weird or whatever, but it is pretty cool. So if you check out like the Chicago World's Fair, I forget what year it is. I think it was like it's like in the 1800s, but like it's crazy the shit that they built. If you actually like watch videos and they explain like the size of like the buildings and everything, it's actually like insane. And another part that's really crazy is like the main part of that World's Fair, like the epicenter of it, that's where fucking O Block is, like in Chicago, like, which is, I just think that's like crazy because it was like the most beautiful place ever, and then got turned into like these famous projects. By the way, I live in Montana and it is snowing right now. I really wish, fuck, technically I could go up skiing, but I'm not gonna. Alright, I'm gonna play this.
Good to dive into these outlandish ideas with a sense of understanding and having the ability to tie the current narrative to the concepts that we discuss.
Why not?
If everything we just mentioned, the amalgamation of ideas, created this Tartarian empire, or an idea of one, being the first great empire, or the first unified empire, which somehow existed either behind the scenes or existed amongst the elites, but was seldom discussed amongst the common folk, possibly during the mysterious dark ages that occurred in Europe, when whatever this culture truly was crossed the sea, ending up in America. According to this theory, this is why During the Dark Ages, we have
Dude,
little written
that's
history
happened so
in
many
most
times in the
important cities of
Yakuza.
Europe,
Like, how
but
do
on
you...
the other side of the pond in America,
How do you know
we have
that
vast
they're not real
indigenous
bullets or
history,
whatever?
both written and oral tradition, which occurred during these exact same Dark Age years. It's as if, elaborating on this theory, the technologically advanced and unified group, if you want to call them Tartarians, they left Grand Tartary, or Eurasia, and brought their talents to
Bro,
America.
are you gonna pop
the
this
first
fool?
empire in America would then, by terms of this theory, be these Tartarians. So who would be the second empire? The
Kiru,
inheritors.
are you gonna do anything? They always do this shit. Bro, he's dead.
Again, this is all just a theory. This is a hypothesis. But did you know that a lot of the old world American architecture that we've looked at throughout the last 2 years of my videos is often categorized as the short-lived Second Empire style? From 1865, or the year the Civil War ended and Lincoln had lost his life, we're told America's desires shifted dramatically, and with the new mindset of industry, a brand new style of architecture called Second Empire architecture began to arise in America. According to this theory, the
What's up with that
Second
guy's skin,
Empire
bro?
buildings could be the ones that were inherited and founded by our forefathers, quite literally founded, usually under a good bit of dirt in need of a proper wash. The current narrative tells us Second Empire is based off the Second French Empire, and all of the architecture we have seen and will look at in this video are considered to be French revival. However, we're told by 1870, nearly every American government building and most of the wealthiest architects were constructing exclusively with the Second Empire style, which makes it even more interesting, some would say revealing, that by the year 1900, Second Empire architecture had fallen out of fashion. By World War I, nearly all Second Empire architecture was purposefully destroyed or torn down in America, and by World War II, it would be shocking to find a Second Empire building being built, or still standing, or being renovated. But what does all of this mean? If you think like a normal person who loves the college textbook, it means Second Empire style became obsolete, and obviously new, modern steel buildings were more affordable and looked better. However, if you're like me and you read between the lines and you enjoy entertaining theories of what the world could have been, then the Second Empire followed the First Empire, which could mean that the First Empire was the Tartarian Empire and the buildings were renovated and not demolished, and they became known as the Second Empire, essentially a cheeky way for the powers that be to leave a little symbolism, as we know they love to do. Basically, we wiped out whoever created the First Empire, or the Tartarian, the massive old world buildings founded throughout America.
Oh my gosh,
and once
bro,
the
I died.
creators, the original creators of those buildings were gone, we were able to come in as colonists, as Europeans, and basically take over these buildings, slightly renovate these buildings, and rewrite a new history for these founded buildings.
Oh, they gave me full health? Damn.
Essentially, a centuries-long struggle occurred in this theory between the First Empire, or the Tartarians, basically technologically and emotionally advanced individuals who supplied the knowledge and shaped society, against those who look to covet the knowledge, hide the teachings, and keep the advancements of the world secret to use them to control the lower classes. Essentially, it was a battle of good versus evil. Some may say a battle of gods versus evil.
How did I miss that
it's the
shit?
Classic tale that we see told 1,000 times over. But essentially, from where we stand, we have no idea how to know who was on the right side.
I got the Amiri vase. Damn.
Many in the historical circle would assume if there was an advanced ancient civilization, then that civilization must have been benevolent, seeking to teach man, to share knowledge with man, as in the many creation myths and legends of a vast number of cultures. However, there's also the possibility
it's gonna take me a minute.
Advanced culture used this technology for centuries, for millennia.
I need to knock this guy down, bro.
And to keep us dumbed down from their tactics. It could have easily been a caste system with the first empire or the Tartarians at the top.
How is he?
And the elites or the kings and the queens, the religious leaders reporting to the Tartarians, with the common person like me or you having no idea that the Tartarians even exist.
Oh, what you know about that, son?
Is what we see in the early 1800s, what we see in the first photographs of America in the 1840s and the 1850s does not showcase a society which is still in the early stages of an industrial revolution. What we see is far more complex. A country, quite literally, from sea to shining sea, with immense and elaborate structures, infrastructure, interlocking countrywide canals, waterways, rail lines, tunnels, both through mountains and aqueducts built using gravity, starforts, moats, submarines, airships, dirigibles, steam-powered engines, wireless trolleys, as well as long-range advanced weaponry, which exceeded anything that was showcased or written about in the decades before the mid-1800s.
There we go.
How and why was all of this appearing in America in the mid-1800s when, according to the current narrative, all of these technologies stemmed from Europe? But more specifically, they stemmed from the Tartarians. And that's why Europe hit the Dark Ages. That's why the wealthiest men in the world and the church itself sought desperately to find America. They were searching for the land of the lost Tartarians. The Tartarians essentially had all of the technology.
It's a bold claim, the Tartaria thing.
According to
That's
this
fun.
theory,
That's a
the
fun
first
theory.
empire,
I like
or
that
the
one.
Tartarians basically held the blueprints that were used to shape mankind. And it was only through the discovery or the rediscovery of the New World that man's renaissance was truly jump-started. So for today's video, we're going to focus exclusively on photographs of buildings founded in America from 1865 through the year 1900, known for their architectural style, the Second Empire. Now, as always, I would love to hear your thoughts and ideas in the comment section down below. Again, this is just a theory. That I've heard mentioned in the comment section of many of my videos, and
I was just
by many
spamming
of
X
my
and
subscribers. So I thought for today's video, I would try to flesh out this theory just a little bit more while tying it to concepts from the current narrative. However, I'd like to end this video with just one more fascinating detail in regards to the Second Empire architecture. The first thing is the Second Empire architecture is often called early Victorian. However, Second Empire holds its own distinct place in the historical narrative. This is in due part to the architecture itself being tied to the sinister. We're told of the Second Empire architecture that remained into the mid-20th century, it was almost always associated with evil. We're told haunted houses are almost always depicted in the style of the Second Empire.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
Charles Adams designed a typical Second Empire mansion.
Let's go, baby.
Of the Addams family. And also on the TV show, The Munsters. They lived in a Second Empire castle, or Second Empire mansion. The haunted house where bats emerge in the opening sequence of Scooby-Doo is a Second Empire mansion. And the
This
house
guy's talking about
Alfred
Scooby-Doo?
Hitchcock's Psycho is also in the Second Empire style. Essentially, all of the aspects of the Second Empire architecture became associated with witches, with Halloween.
Dude,
with
what's
all of
the
these legends that themselves are tied to?
Isn't it John
pagan
Levi?
traditions,
Dude, I
pagan
gotta watch
traditions,
one of his
or the
videos
things
next.
that
I haven't
are
watched his shit in
associated with the
forever.
Tartarians. So we can see if the Tartarians, or if a unified culture did exist, it was being silenced. And I thought that was very interesting, very fascinating, that our concept of evil, of haunted houses, of the whole concept of horror movies and things like that, these ideas all seem to be associated with the Second Empire and the Second Empire architecture. And I just thought that was a really interesting tidbit to point out before I chime out on the video. But again, everything today was just a theory, just an opportunity for me to be able to share this concept of the Second Empire and these photographs of the Second Empire architecture with you. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. And I'd like to know, do these buildings look familiar to you? Obviously, some of them should. They're major historical sites at this point. But do they remind you of other buildings that we've looked at in my previous videos? Do they look similar? I believe the end of this video will open your eyes, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say in the comments down below. Thank you all for being part of my channel. As always, like, share, and subscribe if you feel like it, and God bless all of you.
Yeah, I gotta
Thank you again. Cheers, y'all.
Gotta pull up my man. Yeah, baby. I haven't watched this shit in forever. That could be cool. Let's check this out. Shout out to my man John Levi, bro.
Open up by saying you should love yourself. Don't expect anything from anyone. Allow others to come and go as they please. With that said, I love you all. God bless and welcome.
Bro, the way that he starts his movies. I need to meet this guy in real life one day. I really do.
Here, at this moment, I'd like to look at some pictures of Iran. Old ruins of Iran. Really beautiful. What we would be told has been carved into stone. And pretty remarkable. Reminding me of Planet of the Apes. I mean, at some point, the people, long after these people, would have discovered this. Already in ruins. And I think a lot of the wars must have had something to do with the cover-up of a lot of these ruins. These are some of the first photographs taken in Iran by this Luigi Pesci. This image is titled Gate of All Nations, Persepolis. And we're told from the 1840s to 60s.
It's going down.
A silver print medium. And this collection is housed in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Just beautiful. Of course, a museum. No surprise. And just so ironic, because in my opinion, the Sandbreakers, what we generically attribute to a Greco-Roman feel. And here we have the museum. These are ruins of a past civilization housing pictures of a past civilization. Well, anyway, I would like to go to that building, the museum, but I'm pretty happy to just sit here and check out these old 1800s pictures of Iran. Really a serious activity scene going on there, even in ruins. I'm not sure what this is, and this one looks like Jesus. And here we can see writing, seeming very readable if we had a few pointers. And why do some things survive, especially a column? Perhaps it resists the reset. It's round, protecting it from forces horizontally, and its pointiness might protect it from forces from above. I don't know, it didn't really hold up that well, and seemed like a good old life back then. If we're really to consider what we see here, domesticated animals, hats, beautiful abilities of the builders and artisans. I'm not sure what they're wearing here. It reminds me of a sumo wrestler with their big diaper. And here we see a great battle. It's like a horse battle. And these two men. And then these wise men here. Look at these stones.
Let's get it.
The detail. You can tell this is a wise old man. This guy maybe in his 60s with a sword. And here again a feel for the locals. Really intricate headwear. Again, look at the detail. This looks like a young black man. This one seems to have been defaced a little bit. And maybe this one too.
Oh, I'm getting fucked up.
A little ghoulish. This pointy nose. Really pointy. And recently with my, what has proven to be a very large void and loss in my life, I am humbled. And many of my ambitions and desires are shattered. And that's okay. I'm a fan of the words of Lao Tzu when he says, die without dying, and you'll endure forever, or something like that. But the idea that we should die within our hardened ideas. To say we actually die without dying, but be reborn. And I really know nothing. I mean, I still believe this is a cooked out structure. It was once an advanced civilization, and we're only told lies about...
Oh my god! Oh my god, bro!
That we see at Petra. Only to be told some goat herders
shit.
built it and then abandoned it. Just got too preoccupied with their goats. And I don't know. In a way, I feel broken.
Man,
but
that
I also feel
is not good.
These images, it seems like
Bro, that sucks.
I mean, who are these
I'm
guys?
so stupid.
Three kingly men. I'm amazed with the detail and the lifelike features in some of the more preserved ones. This really reminds me of things we see in India, where some gods will be standing on a person, and this looks like a man that they're standing on. I have this device here. This guy has a sword, but these two are each holding on to this device. It looks like a cowbell, and the cowbell appears to be cooking this body. It might just be a coincidence, but really interesting. These guys are standing on a body, and this guy is standing on some kind of lotus. The guy in the middle looks Chinese. The guy on the right more Sumerian, perhaps. Stairs going to nowhere. Columns supporting nothing. I mean, you have to realize these are columns. You have giant columns, you have a giant building. And here in 1850, surprise, look what we have here. And then it gets heavier. Even in this black and white photo, I can see that this is like shiny copper or gold. Super tech. And not these guys. No, these guys aren't responsible for all this. They found it, just like everything we've just looked at, found. But here you have stuff in good condition and not separate. No, these guys are just a step above Stone Age, just hanging the laundry out to dry after washing it in the river. And look at the street. They're on a brick street. Everything. Bricks and blocks and gold everywhere. Now we're gonna see a mega structure, totally cooked out. Bricks almost looking like mud. And this also looks like some monastery in Nepal.
You wake up?
It's tiered levels. And the whole damn thing was a building. And here we have our laundry doers. And below in their tents, not even nice tents. I mean, they're probably decent, especially this one back here. But there's no comparison. We have a tent people, and we have the ruins of a glorious building. Archways going into the core of the structure. This is a really nice ruin here. Just amazing. Look at this thing. I don't even know what to say. A really high-tech construction here. That's all that really needs to be pointed out. I love this structure. Okay, this one really kicks ass. This is so beautiful.
Damn, that is
just
crazy.
a husk of what it once was. Look at this. This is not mud, as it appears now. No, this has been rendered to shit and once was glorious. Just look, this is like the edge, just the corner of an arch here as well. Look at this, bricks revealed behind the facading. Amazing that this facading even held up this long. This man is very pleased with his new house. His father-in-law over here cursing at him. Unbelievable. Here we can see a window that has filled in with rock curtaining. Here we can see some stripage, like a barber's pole, candy cane style. Of course, everything
Time to
has
not
been
die.
hijacked from the past. Not surprising to see all the symbols on the same building. I could look at this forever, but let's move on. This is like a cemetery. And even here, they're quick to roll out some scaffolding. Here somebody's trying to build a building. A very nice, modest little building here. This is the roof line. They've put little supports, very smart, in each corner, so it doesn't rock back and forth. And here you go. Not in the same category. Love all these symbols, just barely visible. Here we can see a nice group photo. Everyone in very pointy hats. This guy felt it important to put his hand on this man's shoulder. Kind of press a little firmly.
Man, those guys' hats are crazy.
About these guys. These two might be brothers. Really an eclectic group of people here. Hanging out in Iran. So we can see those.
Okay, this is where I was when I
earlier,
died,
all
basically.
ticked out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balls on the shiny dome. And this is a great picture. Here we see what looks
building
like
is that,
mud,
for real?
just cooked out, looking like Utah. And as we go higher, we see more preservation. Preservation of the bricks and the structure, the arches, the domes, towers.
Oh, hell yeah.
and the
Nice.
Detail, even in this cooked out
Don't I
state,
take his-
like I said earlier.
Oh, yeah,
with
let's
the
go.
columns, something about the tall and the pointy seems to fare a little better. Look at the detail in this thing. What? And it's a ruin? These goat herders have just found this? Always proud to claim, this is my tower, he says. Here again, we can see the detail of this tower. Art, relief in it. Unbelievable. This is so futuristic. You know this is futuristic. This is like computer sophistication. I mean, this is not hand doing. This is like 3D printed or something. Let me know your thoughts. Am I completely off today? Is this as amazing to you as it is to me? And it just seems to get better and better.
Damn, there's definitely some crazy shit.
This exploration, it's so good. Here we see little castle towers in the corners, turrets, just in ruins, just cooked out, everything cooked. But we still see some tech up there. Like that shiny dome has now been rendered into something that others would call primitive. It is anything but unbelievable here. And what kind of stuff do I enjoy most lately? I guess it's always the same. I enjoy what Joseph Campbell would call the hero's journey. The struggles of everyday life coming from individual perspective. I like to hear what people think. And yes, it's nice to have a well-digested idea presented either in a video or a book. But I also like when people just kind of unplug, share their experiences, their feelings about certain things.
Let's go.
At least for me, such musings are the most unifying, in my opinion. Discussing our struggles as humans. And I think ultimately this is what it means to be human.
I bet this is the end of the
A lot
chapter.
things. And if people aren't questioning a lot of things, they're either stupid or blind. This might
This
be
fool,
blind
bro.
acceptance
Oh my
of
gosh.
things they've been told. Either way, both stupid, in my opinion. And I've
Is that a
said it
bomb?
many times on this channel. I'm not a religious man, but I am a man of God. To not believe in some greater creative force flowing through this realm, within and without, one would have to be a fool to think a caterpillar could cocoon itself
Knew
up,
it.
turn back into liquid, and re-emerge as a butterfly is nothing short of genius, pure intelligence, in which we can't really understand. We might wrap our heads around the idea, but such alchemy is beyond the abilities that we possess. It's reminding me of lime kilns, and we can see brick covered with a coating, and we see these kiln-like structures running all along the buildings, just like we see at the lime kilns everywhere.
I need to get curtains like that in my car. I need to get a Yakuza car. That'd be fire.
Went down
I'm not even gonna lie, that'd be really
especially
cool.
when walking around kiln sites. You can absolutely
Called
feel
it.
the hollowness below you as you walk around. So I can't prove anything, and I don't know. Sometimes I
Damn,
don't care.
son.
But on a good day, I would tell you we are just a little piece of God. For some time, I believed in a
those
soul.
buildings are so
and I still
crazy.
believe in a soul. I mean, without such a thing, the body is just a corpse. But I used to believe that maybe it was like our soul, like we got to keep it. And I don't feel that today. I feel like we give our soul back. It was only borrowed. And in that sense, it is always the same soul, birthed into an unknown realm with the gift of amnesia. Certainly the knowledge would be too heavy for a child. And if we all knew this experiment of creation just wouldn't work. And I think the moment is the only true purpose, not the future, not rectifying the past, but only the moment. For some, the moment is not enough, but really it's all that we have. And you can be robbed of the moment, as we learn in Taoism and old Chinese wisdom. And others can rob us. They can take away our peace, or at least have the potential to. And nobody's going to help you be in the moment. I mean, maybe some guru. But for the most part, everyone is trying to get you to
Bro,
rally
what is Kira
some
doing?
cause. And that could be religious or political or just some ego-centered ideas. And I think we should have compassion for
Oh my
the
gosh.
dramas.
Wait,
of
what is that
others,
building?
But we
What
shouldn't
the
get
fuck?
sucked into them. And I hope there's no drama in this video. This video is pure exploration. Eyes open and just having
Wait,
good
who
fun
hired you?
with the remains of a past reset. That's all. And this building kicks ass even in ruins, with its little arched flares up here and sharp, perfect corners all throughout. And I think not only was this meant to be beautiful, but it was meant to have strength, and not from bows and arrows or
Bro,
cannonballs, like they tell us
building
with
is
Star Force, but rather
beautiful.
strength from the inside, as if this was some sort of water tower, perhaps. Just my thoughts. And it looks like somebody's busted in here. Really as perfect as these bricks are on this round tower. There's no excuse for this crude hole. This building now rendered into a blob, especially at the bottom. And the proud inheritor. I think it might be a woman. And sometimes things turning to stone, or what seems like stone. These ones may have been concrete, and sometimes turning to mud, which will have been bricks. And here a look at the skyline. I mean, absolutely amazing. This aqueduct system.
Oh,
from
damn.
hell, brick block remains of buildings underneath. Can you imagine this paradise? Even this really looks modern. Now totally cooked out. Look.
Hold up, I gotta watch this. Oh, he's alive. Does not look happy.
昨晩はせありとしたが、うちの八幡とやり合うぞ。
Okay. How's it going?
無事だったな。防弾チョッキの気分が来てましてね。おかげで命にしました。実はある人が警告されてきたんです。東海の人間と会う時を勇気にするようで。警告された。そうです。その人は私に言った。もし自分が消えた後、登場界の中にまだらめさんに近づく人間がいたら、その人間が組織の裏切り者の一人だ。自分が消えた。
Daigo.
まさか。そう。私に警告したのは他でもない。堂島大吾さんです。これでよろしかったのかな、堂島会長。ええ。お車でありがとうございます。まだら会長。ホテルでの会合をキャンセルし、車での面会を申し入れてほしい。直接あなたから連絡を受けたときは、それを聞き驚きました。何か不都合でもあったのかな。大変申し上げにくい話なんです。我々のどちらか、もしくは両方の命が狙われる可能性がありました。それは穏やかな話じゃないですね。今日の会は長須グランドホテルでの会合、せよ登場会のセッティングで動いていました。ですが、どうも様子がおかしい。おかしい？どうか。本来、杯交渉なのですが、場所は人目につかない郊外。
Just asking to get shot.
構造が複雑すぎる。間経理が畳みを必ず穴ができてしまう。万が一警察や他の組織に組み込まれたら侵入経路がミスを対処しきれません。あの極道のしきたりをよく知る人間から見ればことごとくセオリーに反した設定になされる。まるであらかじめ誰かを殺すように仕組まれている。
つまり身内の何者かが組織を裏切ろうとしていると、そう言いたいのかな。
はい。今回の撮影暗黙する国民の事実です。
Tara, what?
まだね。
What?
一つお願いがあります。車を降りて口裏は合わせてそれと私がこの
What? Could.
It'd be a welcome 2-minute activity. Or he's asleep right now. He's the only one that would go in the snow.
I was gonna say, or you'd be the only person. Oh, Daigo was never kidnapped. Got it.
どうしてそんなこと自らの命が狙われている以上他に策がなかったのでしょう。私との面会直後行方をくらませれば山笠組の仕業だと誰かと。
Thank you for waking me up gently today.
堂島会長は福岡に受け出し
He peed on my sweats.
No.
Not these,
Yeah, but
Dude, it smelled so bad. Like, it was crazy. Can't do that, then just pretend like you're not gonna be in trouble. You gotta be cute.
He's asleep. Oh, is your camera not on?
Yeah, it's not working.
You were showing some John Lee about.
It was. Hey, stop.
He's getting. Oh, I thought he was repositioning himself.
You can do pickup orders at that 2J's like organic like place. They have organic milk. I saw. I don't know if it's like the same type of. It was like as expensive though, so I was assuming it would be. But
Can you do online orders?
yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out tomorrow.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay. Not 100%, but I'm okay.
あなたが福岡にいるという情報までもつかんでいたのです。あなたが素性を隠していることを知っていた。だから会長、あなたは騒動に巻き込まれることなく穏便に日常生活が送れるようにとわざわざ福岡まで私を訪ね頭を下げたのです。そんなことが関東最大の組織の頂点に立つ男が地方の一勢力に過ぎない山笠軍に頭を下げる。これがどれほどのことかあなたは分かるはずだ。以来私は堂島会長と通じ前に叶えた情報を会長に報告していたのです。
真由美とあんたの関係は
親子です。真由美は私の実の娘です。
あんたの娘。
桐生さんが福岡にいるという情報は極秘中の極秘中。これから信頼を受ける人間にしか教えられません。だから私は実の娘である真由美にあなたを守るという約束。
So that girl that was in Kiru's apartment was like the daughter of the head of this like rival Yeah,
自分の娘を近づけたりはしなかったでしょうか。どうして
So now what?
あなたにかねてしまうからです。私の一物が実の娘が結ばれない恋に悩む姿が見たくなかった。桐生さん、これを。これ山笠組の解散宣言です。これをあなたの手で警察に出していただけませんか。なぜ解散を。育ちすぎた子供たちはこれ以上小さな忍び足の無理が山笠組は本来小さなものです。だが私が子供たちを受け入れすぎた。
What the fuck is going on?
工場会という巨大な組織と一触即発の状態になってしまった今、私にできることは可愛い子供たちが生きていけるようにする。まだらめさん、解散すればもう我々は極道じゃない。島を明け渡せば東上会や近江から命を狙われることもないはずだ。これをだ、
Pepper. Okay. What? The fuck? Pepper. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Babe. I picked him up. Oh my gosh. Pepper is being so crazy right now. I picked him up like this and he like flipped over. He did like a total backflip. Hey. What is his deal?
Looking primitive, but no doubt at one time a beautiful, elegant city. Really cool. So in a way, my life externally kind of feels like a failure as of late. I mean, I've realized my limitations with my living situation, the lack of community, not having enough power, needing to double my solar system. And I guess it's a blessing to know that you've reached your limits, to know what your limits are. Now I can prepare accordingly in the present for the future. And really not only the future, but for the present as well. My house has also reached its limits. I'm very happy with my new house. It's pretty much perfect. For most people, it would be adequate. And it is, with the exception of my stove. I'm not very happy with that small stove, only because it's hard to cut wood that small to fit into a small stove. a lot of labor, but otherwise it's a great stove and very efficient. Mostly my lack of an area to do yoga. I'm able to do qigong, as you stand up when you do qigong. But for yoga, I think you need like maybe an 8x8 area. It's something that calls to me in some self-imposed urgent way. But I just don't have the space. If it was warmer, I would do it outside. But I think moving forward, it's something that I will
Gang
need.
member.
Which is why I mentioned in a past video,
This
I
guy's some
plan on
drip
building
going on.
another house. Just a little bit bigger. It probably doesn't matter. I mean, my flexibility is what will suffer. But going back to God, this is our gift, the divine spark, which animates the body, also a gift. The body absolutely on loan, eventually melting back into the earth. And all these people in these photos have melted by now, fertilized this ground. And yet these buildings looking like the same condition as modern brick rooms.
Oh, there's glasses
in many
there,
cases.
sorry. What the
And
fuck?
when I say modern, I mean like the 1850s, early 1900s. This looks like an airport tower or something. And also seeming like the giant walls outside of the San Francisco World's Fair buildings. Same massive walls with these frills. Almost looks like latticing. So, for today, I thank you for joining me. I hope this video didn't suck. I love you all. God bless. And I'll see you next week. And I guess I'll come in for a bonus if you're still here. So I don't know how interesting this is. I'm interested, and I've been interested in this for quite a while. I started hearing about this on Coast to Coast AM, along with other weather modification. A lot of it served up freely, like this. Congress.gov. Thank you, Congress. What are you guys up to in Congress? Oh, well, here's a bill you guys clearly passed in 2016, and I really don't understand. I mean, we're kind of gaslit when it comes to this subject. In a way, I don't even know if it gets a little banner. But here it is.
Underlings.
This is legit, sometimes referred to as dew, like Mountain Dew. I knew someone who drank Mountain Dew indefinitely until he started urinating blood. And I think he cut back. Last time I saw him, he was missing a bunch of teeth. Kind of normal around here where I live. And then suddenly you'll see someone, if things are going well, they'll have new teeth, fake teeth, similar to Hollywood, or even out here in the country. Personally, I like my old teeth. I continue to brush with coconut oil, a couple drops of orange essential oil, and a little baking soda. It helps provide grit. But anyway, back to these types of arms. So weird the way they call arms. What a boring video. What am I gonna do with this video?
What is he
Staring at
talking
this page.
about?
At least I could have some pictures of nature up in the corner as we review this boring material. So these directed energy things are used. S2778. There we go. The people's appointed under the assumption that they've been elected to spend the people's money. What are they spending it on? Oh, you know,
Modern
weapons,
Street.
the usual. But this is a little unusual. So this bill is only to amend Title 10 to provide for the rapid acquisition of directed energy weapon systems by the Department of Defense and for other purposes. A little slush fund for even more secret projects. Here we go. In the Senate of the United States, April 12th, 2016, Mr. Heinrich and Mr. Einhoff introduced a bill, not just to provide the acquisition of these weapons, but to provide the rapid acquisition. Really, this is old tech, and no doubt they've had it all along, but I don't know, for whatever reason, the corruptibles must do their deeds in the open. I don't know
What the fuck
why.
is this?
I'm not part of the group, but I can see what they're
Oh,
doing.
is this Revelations?
This is one of their little projects. It says here the committee of the Senate notes in the report that since 1960, the Department of Defense
What
has
in the
invested more than $6 billion in directed energy science and technology initiatives. But the poor department's initiatives are not resourced at levels necessary to transition them to full-scale acquisition programs. There we go. Since 1960. So everybody's focused on the moon, and these guys have another little side hustle going on. Then again, this is all boring and not surprising, but I just thought I would share.
Let's see, pull up the gun. Pull up the gun. Oh, dude. This guy's getting destroyed. Wait, I remember that dude from last time. Okay, do I have to come up with a caption? Oh, hell yeah.
The dazzling cities of the ancient
Dude, that's
Maya,
awesome.
built by one of the most sophisticated civilizations in history.
The Maya people were as
Essence of
advanced
course.
as any of the ancient civilizations of the world.
For 3,000
Hold up, yo. I'll be right
Open up
back.
by saying, is it your job to end deceit? I don't think so. I think there will always be scams.
Pepper, you're being
But
crazy.
the scams are history. It's no different. It's just your job to recognize you've been had and restructure your life in accordance with your new understanding. Thanks for being here. God bless
Pepper, I think you
and
may
welcome.
actually be crazy.
Okay. What if I shared a book that doesn't exist yet? How fresh. So I think that's what I'll do. This next book that David and I are working on focuses on a map, a few, but one in specific, and it asks a lot of questions, the way I do. Ultimately, I don't know. I've said in past videos I don't really believe in Rome the way we're sold Rome. And if we were to believe in Rome, then we must accept that Rome is found everywhere, all throughout the realm, corner to corner. But what if Rome, or we'll just call it Rome, never fell? And here, even in history, we're told after the fall of Rome, the Byzantine Empire continues to flourish, which, if we're just looking at the architectural ruins, appear to be the same people. This region flourished because of its strategic location. Here we have a source, Heron, that says the Eastern Roman Empire could be seen as a continuation of the Roman Empire during the Middle Ages. And we're just dissecting the mainstream history initially here. I do believe that this is a similar people, like I've said, found everywhere. Even before the Roman Empire, we have the Etruscans, same types of ruins, and a more ridiculous narrative given to these people. And so this kind of introduces one to the idea that even with the mainstream accounts, we see a movement east from the Roman Empire, proposing these ruins can be found all the way as far east as North America. Now we can approach this from so many angles. If we're using this account, we move east. If we're considering that the original inhabitants of this glorious realm came from the North Polar regions, the continents surrounding Mount Meru, then everyone came south and spread. And we have accounts, more primitive accounts of Vikings, but Vikings could be referring to 6 kings or 6 kingdoms. A piece of the story masked to suit their
The VI is a Roman numeral? That's so crazy.
Artoria, Sive, Magnae, Chami,
I think it is.
Imperium. It's kind of a mouthful, and we'll get into the translation. And that's what's going to be cool about this video and this chapter in our next book. With all this map and its clues being translated, we actually get a good story that one would not get at a simple glance of the map. So here on the map, what we see is the Regnum Primary Magnae Canae, like Canaan. Translated to English is the Kingdom of the Great Primary Dog. I made a video some years back about different races, and this was one of them. The Cynocephali, pretty much human from the head down, and otherwise having the head of a dog. And here we see the Kingdom of the Great Primary Dog. Awesome. We see castles over here.
Okay, hold up.
Over here. Here we can see St.
He's talking about a kingdom where they're like
The kingdom of the dog. I just read that.
they had bodies of humans, but they had heads of dogs. So
It's too bad your
People
webcam's
often
not
tell
on
you to
so
pay
the audience
attention.
could see my
This implies
reaction.
that attention is some kind of currency.
Dude, his
Sometimes
last
it's
video,
paid.
he dropped a video 10 hours ago. It was so sad. He was like, I feel like a failure in life. Because he
But today we'll discuss the end
he
of the
tried to
world.
like he's been like living off the grid, and apparently he's been like struggling with like not having enough power and like other things, and like I don't know.
Well, I don't think that means he's a failure. I mean, that's hard if that's not how you like grew
Somewhere
up,
on this
and that's like
Althis
different for you.
website, althis.com, we can see a good collection of showcases. Everyone has been adding to it, and it's awesome.
Huh?
These are highlighted
good?
ones,
Like,
and then
yeah,
if you go to the
it's-
community
seemed like
one,
he's fine.
you'll see individual catalogs thus far. And we're not moderating anything yet. And I don't care what people post, but I want it to be factual, not artificial images, as we can see here. And maybe that'll be our only rule, is they're not doctored. But otherwise, 99% awesome and over the top, really. One of my favorites is this one called Somewhere in Time. It's got about 1,000 pictures, and the style that I like what they display here. And I've been thinking a lot lately. The
It's been, like,
Hopis
crazy
talk about
today.
this realm being reset at least 4 times. I think we're living in the 5th Mayans, long cycles, short ones and long ones, and old mythology from 2,000 plus years ago, talking about the 5 ages of man and how we went from the golden age backwards to essentially the plastic age that we're living in now. And one of my favorites is the Indian texts talking about the Yuga cycles. I think the Indian texts have been most preserved. And in these Yuga cycles, it's the same thing as the 5 ages of man. The first Yuga is the best. People live the longest. Time is slow. The realm is built out as beautifully as it ever will be compared to the following cycles. And there is a destruction in between each cycle, and each cycle seemingly being shorter than the previous one. Everything plays out, expressing itself in these cycles. And we, of course, just like all the other myths of people, are in the last cycle, the Kali Yuga. The Kali Yuga is the worst, the darkest, most wicked cycle. Lies and illusion, injustice, destruction, and also the quickest cycle. This would be comparable to Revelation, the same myth being portrayed. After Jesus, there's 1,000 years of prosperity, followed by a dark season, and 200 years of darkness, similar to this Kali Yuga idea in the Indian myth. And I believe in this cycle, there's There's complete darkness, but there is also complete light, just as bright. You only have to strip away the illusion that you have been masked in. Everything is covered up, and if you could only peel off the illusion, or the mask, or the facade, you would see the truth. That's what I'm talking about right now. You would see the golden age before us, in ruins, and the stories of the Indian myth of the Yugas would make more sense than the stories we're given as actual accounts of how this realm came to be. And I think it's similar to a rebirth, once understanding this. And actually you can just witness the destruction and understand what's really going on, not get too emotionally attached, and know when you are being fed falsities in history and the present. And you can have peace. The old world as you knew it, your ideas of what is and what was, will die. And in the place of your former beliefs, you'll have a new understanding, one that is grounded in truth. And I believe that those of us that are good struggle in this world, because it's not good and just in the Kali Yuga. It is a destruction cycle, the end in which the new will be reborn. And I must believe that the conditions are simply different in a more favorable Yuga cycle. And building structures like this and living in harmony are more conducive to a favorable cycle. And we don't really need to fight against the cycle, only understand it. And I think that's what this research has helped me ultimately do, is really make sense of what's going on in this realm. Now, some would say that that's depressing, at first rant about the Kali Yuga, and I don't know, it's just how you look at it. Maybe at first, but I think the idea is to be free of it. That's so serious. You're going to be serious in the Kali Yuga? Yes, you should be serious about basic things.
I gotta chase this one.
Seriousness. But this whole business of life is not so serious.
Is it a combo?
Serious as we would be led to believe. This is the Taoist idea of a man clinging to the side of a river, holding on to a root of a tree. This is serious. And then some children that he notices floating down the river on their back. Laughing.
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button.
We all start out with the mentality that must have prevailed in the Golden Age. And I think wherever you find yourself, whatever age and whichever cycle, you can awaken to this wonderment that exists. And you could find this in nature, or you could find it in the old world, which in my opinion is modeling elements or aspects of nature. Everything telling a story, and having a function, and mirroring something greater, and also something less great, fractal, all part of the whole. Here we can see a bunch of star forts, and having this fractal geometry, and when examining closely, built of brick. And this one is one of my favorites. This one really showing the complexity and depth and scale of what these star forts are. I mean, there's no mountain hill here. This whole thing is the building, and this part is just poking up, now overgrown. And this reminds me of Mount Meru, or the most northern center point of our realm, as indicated in old maps, and now having been erased slowly as the maps progressed. And here I always find it interesting that we're allowed to visit these catacombs, because they reveal something very important. Millions of bones arranged so meticulously, as if people were underground for a long time, and this was a means of disposing. The Native Americans have a technique for cleaning a bone, in which they use a type of beetle. You bury a skull, might be a deer, and the beetles will eat all the meat off of the bone. They'll go into the cavities, into the skull, eating all the brains.
Jeez,
and the beetles also drop their waste all over the bone as they're feasting. And the waste is like a yellow slime, and it actually acts as a beautiful yellow polish, a highly sought after technique. And I'm not proposing that these were buried with beetles, only that they are just as clean and polished kind of empathize with these people. So disregarded, seeming disrespectful for any culture in any part of the realm. I mean, who was this man?
Fuck.
Just one in millions.
Shit looks
my
so
name was
tasty.
Harry.
Not
Oh, hello, Harry. What could Harry
the
here
YouTube
tell
video
us?
with
What
this.
could these four people tell us? No, I don't want to tell him. Alright. You know it wasn't fun, Gus. I know. And here's some pyramids with obelisks on top, and really looking just like a South American style pyramid.
Where the fuck
but this
is
one is
that?
in Holland. Great, here again.
What?
Sea lions all around it.
That's crazy. I've never seen that place.
Okay, so this is fresh off the press. Thank you, David. A look at a plan of New Orleans in 1770 by Captain Pittman, the British Army. So here we go. We see the Mississippi River at the bottom here, and we see a very sophisticated grid system within a star fortification wall. And though we don't see depictions, we have them listed up here. The church, a beautiful church that we've seen before, Old World, a prison and guardhouse, governor's mansion, of course, some royal structure, number 5 down here in the river, an arsenal for boats, number 7 here. The King's Storehouses. Again, America becomes America officially in 1776. This is pre-America officially. This map depicting the royal elegance that we see in the Old World. Here we have reference to a building for a king. We have a hospital. And more importantly, we have a city laid out within a star fort in 1770. Next, I thought we would look at a little book. This little book is from 1899 from Kiev. I don't care how you pronounce that these days. And what we see depicted up here near the ocean Arcticus is cities of Tartar, the Magnus Tartarus. We see a king, and we see kings and castles everywhere. An abundance of beautifully depicted castles everywhere. We see a complex ley line system, and what seems to have been a glorious kingdom. And I don't care who you are, even a child would recognize these all as castles. Drawings of castles everywhere. And yet when we're taught about the people in this time period, in this case 1557, or is that a J, we are taught that they're primitive people living in wood shacks, and yet some of the last and greatest evidence can be found in these maps, coupled of course with existing either structures or ruins to present day, as we've discussed for years and seen proof of. The cities have changed their names, but the architecture and infrastructure remains. And when I started out my channel over 5 years ago, we looked at one of the oldest photos of Bologna, and it was a little old world city of skyscrapers.
That's
Towers
like from like
packed in a
those are like
city
ancient
metropolis
skyscrapers.
with a giant wall around it. And when we look at these maps, we see that such cities were most likely everywhere. So the Kali Yuga, it's not like it's being hidden from us. The only difference is we're being gaslit.
I don't know why it says I don't have enough room.
We see the evidence, we have the history, and yet we're led to believe that things are getting better just because we have cell phones, cars, and supermarkets. And so here's a little look at the Kali Yuga thus far. Fires throughout the realm, throughout our short history. The destruction of the temple and city of Jerusalem, all Old World. Persepolis, 330 BC, destroyed by fire. It's still looking great. A superior polymer type blend here, holding up for quite some time. Next we have Lyon in the year 79. Lyon is in France, and I have family in Lyon. Magical feeling. I only went once, I was really young. But anyway, burnt by fire. Constantinople, burning. Fires in China, Germany, everywhere, no exception. A fire coming to a city near you. And these aren't just regular fires, these are the great fires. 1547, the Moscow fires. Now in the Americas, right away, right when we get started. First settlement in Jamestown, Virginia, fire. And here are the ruins, looking pretty good. 1666, back in London again. An old world tower and castle city burning. The burning stone, that alone is fascinating. Just a city of stone on fire. And are these all separate events, or is this really all happening at once and now has been laid out in a nice chronology for us? Are people so careless? They can build great cities and yet they can't keep them from burning. 18th century, Copenhagen, the Starfort water-filled city. No, this city of brick and water has the same fate. Fire of Boston, Great Fire of New York City, 1776. Again,
it is
America
crazy how many
is
like fires
celebrated as
there have
becoming
been.
America in 1776. And look at this. There's already a city. And these primitive people, what are they doing?
think about
They're fighting? All the cities burning? Some people are looting here. This man seems naked. But the city is completely built out and elegant looking. It's starting out and yet it's on fire. And here, again, 1788 New Orleans, we no longer see these buildings listed, but we do see a great fire taking out a chunk of the city. What a careless and clumsy people.
I guess you're right.
It's no different in Japan. 37,000 houses burned. Again, Moscow burns in 1812. Buffalo, New York, 1813. Second Great Fire of New York City, 1835.
Just that.
Here, a little look.
That's some Looney Tunes shit.
1835. These people aren't even looking at the fire that they're fighting. Hey, why don't you turn that hose towards the building? These people. This man running into the building. This man saying, no, come back, don't be a fool. And it's no different. These buildings made of brick and stone.
I need to get some DoorDash promo codes.
Old world on fire. Real
Yeah.
Fire.
Some dope promo codes. We should see if we can find some. Try and get like $20 off or something, and then order a bunch of food.
It's so until we see pictures. Only the aftermath. Only as if somebody is rolling into these now cooked out towns.
What about setting up a new account like on Uber Eats? So you get
Fire of Toronto in 1904. Look at the amount of brick, these facades.
I think if you set up a new one, you get like
facade blockage down
$10
here.
off or
It's like
something.
another level could be seen down there. You see a hole or something, and a lot of detail up here at the top. And what do you do in the end? Well, you don't do what they want you to do. You discard everything you've been taught and find peace, your peace, an inner under and overstanding of reality and the kind of life that you would live. And I think we can still create our reality. And what have I learned about all this research? I think it's mostly that we've all been had, everyone, in every nation, every advanced civilization, and primitive, everybody a pawn in this drama. To make things worse, they have us all pinned against each other, fighting each other as nations, within nations, with political parties. Well, the leaders of these nations are often in the same boat, playing the people like fools. And I think the first thing we should do is stop fighting each other, stop debating the topics they will have us debate, and look at the bigger picture. And I think we can prosper in the Caliente while everything
Well, yeah,
is crumbling.
dude,
It's a perfect
John,
time to
I mean, the shit that he believes in is like,
and one can still buy land,
his like core
one can
values
still
and
build
shit.
communities, homes, grow their own food, power their own homes for free, even if it is just solar and wind power. Land is the biggest tragedy. While homelessness is growing in America, nobody asks the authorities to free up some of the federal and state-owned lands. Free the land. Give it back to the people. And until then, we can still buy land. Cheap land won't have water, but you can drill a well, you can build a road, and live free. Many of the homeless would not be enticed by free land. They would choose to live in their of
Gonna be a
heart, there are
fire.
nomadic
Speaking
tent
of
people,
fires,
but I think
that's
most
how
people
easy-
would be
that's how
willing
easy
to
it is.
build a home. And
Do
I
I
think
just
all
have to-
people deserve an acre of land where there's no shortage of it. This is by design to make our lives more
So did
difficult.
you just
But I think as much as people despise the system, they are also enticed
I
by
think
it.
it's so funny how he uses this song.
It's so random.
It's so random.
There may be no other choice. So I think that's it for this week. I think
He's just
for
like
the
randomly
evening,
like an
God
Ice
bless.
Cube
I
fan.
love you.
And
Shout
it's on the
out
credits of every video. Like every single one.
every single one.
Snowblower out there.
Probably.
That would not be a bad investment. Forget shoveling.
Did I already watch that one?
Looks like fun.
Who's doing? Do you know who's doing it?
I'd be out there like pretending like I'm SpongeBob with my reef blower. It's someone like in that house on the corner across the way. Or at least that's where they're doing it. If I had a if I had a snowblower, I'd be going all up and down the sidewalk like, "You're welcome, neighbors." Like I said, it looks like fun.
It does look pretty fun. This guy's videos are fire.
A while ago now, I made a video covering what I believe to be some of the most fascinating buildings that for one reason or another never left the drawing board. But with the 5 examples featured there, I've really only begun to scratch the surface of the topic, and so this time I'll go through 5 more buildings that were never built. In 1837, the Russian Tsar Nicholas I and his wife Alexandra Fyodorovna were on a visit to the mild coasts of the Crimea, a trip which would inspire the first building on this list. At the time, Russian nobles had already started setting up their country houses in this nearly Mediterranean climate, and when the Empress came across a particularly beautiful stretch of coast at a place called Oryanda, she decided to do the same. Originally a Prussian princess, Alexandra soon wrote back to her brother in Germany, talking about the project and about how she'd like to build a country retreat, similar to Charlottenhof Palace in Potsdam, which she had visited a couple of years earlier. Eventually, this actually led the Empress to commission the designer of Charlottenhof and one of the leading German architects at the time, Karl Friedrich Schinkel, for her new residence. Born in 1781, Schinkel had studied architecture with the brilliant but short-lived Friedrich Gilly in Berlin before spending several years in Italy and France. He returned to Prussia in 1805 and 10 years later became employed as its state architect. His designs were characterized by the revival of various historical styles including Gothic and most prominently Greek architecture. Some well-known examples of his work would be the Schauspielhaus, the Altes Museum, and the Prussian National Monument for the Liberation Wars, all located in Berlin. As you might imagine, Schinkel was a very busy man and could not take the time to travel to Crimea himself. But after being provided with elevations and plans of the site, he set about designing a building which would be harmoniously embedded into the surrounding landscape. He also wanted to create something which fitted into the cultural landscape and insisted on only using styles which had historical connections to the area. After an initial proposal in the old Russian style, modeled on the Kremlin in Moscow, he settled on the design based on the Greek tradition. After all, Crimea had been colonized by the ancient Greeks, but it also included elements of Oriental styles. Perched on a rocky outcrop, this huge and picturesque palace would have had ground colonnades covered in mosaics and studded with precious gems. The dark halls would open up into ponds and vegetation meant to be reminiscent of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. In the middle of the building there was to be a museum containing works of art collected from all the Greek provinces along the Caucasus to Asia Minor, above which were tiled an Ionic temple. Schinkel hoped to create something which would match the great works of antiquity and, as he put it, be worthy of the noblest imperial house on earth. But as it turns out, that's not what the Empress wanted. the designs that she received had gone far beyond the scopes of the more modest Charlottenhof, and in 1839 she wrote to her brother asking, why would he, in other words Schinkel, not design a smaller, more feasible project instead of this impossible venture that should earn Mithridates' successor fame but provide little joy in living and would not be finished before we had grown old. In other words, the design was declined. The Empress did eventually build a more modest palace on the site, designed by the Russian architect Andrei Ivanovich Stockenschneider. It still completed in 1852 and was much involved with the royal family, but unfortunately it burned down in 1881. Moving south to Greece and back in time a couple of years, we encounter another one of Schinkel's projects. This time he proposed converting the Acropolis in Athens into a royal palace for the newly independent country.
Damn, I've heard a few different people trying to repurpose the Acropolis.
But Schinkel had gravely overestimated Greece's resources.
It's crazy.
Although the Bavarian-born King Otto was fascinated by the architect's designs, he wrote to Schinkel that they would have descended on Phidias and Callicrates, and above all, the material resources afforded to Pericles. We are so poor here that we are not even able to repair the road to the Pentelicon. The Pentelicon being the ancient marble quarry. The proposed site for another interesting project in Greece can be found to the north at Mount Athos. For over 1,000 years, the peninsula on which it stands has been dotted with Christian monasteries, and the area is actually still governed as an autonomous monastic state within Greece. But long before any of this existed, Athos could have become the site of one of the wonders of the ancient world. In the 300s BC, an architect called Dinocrates proposed that a giant statue of his employer, Alexander the Great, should be carved out of the mountain. If Alexander so pleased to command him, he would make it the noblest and most durable statue in the world. In its left hand, it would hold a city of 10,000 inhabitants, and from its right, a large river would flow into the sea. Although the not always humble Alexander may have liked the idea, the proposal was eventually rejected as Dinocrates had failed to consider the living conditions of the residents by not planning for grain to be grown nearby, and thus forcing it to be transported by sea. The great city in honor of the king would instead be built at Alexandria in Egypt. Dinocrates also worked on the second temple of Artemis at Ephesus, a funerary monument for Phleistion, one of Alexander's generals, and several city plans and temples at Delphi, Delos, etc. The next building would have been found in Chicago in the form of a 1,500 feet or 450 meter tall obelisk dedicated to the glory of the American people. The building was a brainchild of Constant Désiré de Pradel, a French-born architect who had emigrated to America and become professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. One of his first experiences of the US had been the Chicago World's Fair of 1893. The fair was a dazzling showcase of the technological progress of the time, and inspired by it, de Pradel designed a monument that would memorialize its achievements after its vast but temporary buildings had been demolished. The tower would be called the Beacon of Progress and would be taller than any other human-made structure in the world. The 13 obelisks of which it consisted represented the original 13 colonies and the founding of America. Meanwhile, a brilliant beacon of light at its apex, generated by electricity and visible for 200 miles, would have symbolized the future. Although never built, the designs for the Beacon of Progress gained a lot of praise and were exhibited in Paris.
Damn.
One critic called it the most ambitious architectural project ever devised in the brain of a man since the Tower of Babel. Last but not least, we've got the designs for what could have replaced the White House in Washington, D.C. In the latter years of the 19th century, there had been talk of the need to expand the White House to meet the needs of the contemporary presidency, and in 1898, the author, real estate developer, and social activist Mary Foote Henderson took matters into her own hands and commissioned Paul J. Peltz to design a grand new executive mansion. It wasn't supposed to occupy the present spot of the White House, but would instead have been placed at Meridian Hill Park further up north. The sprawling complex of terraces and columned arches wasn't received particularly well though, with the New York Times calling it a pretentious structure. Thus, the proposal was turned down, and despite a second attempt by Henderson 2 years later, we were of course left with the original, smaller White House.
Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps. It's more than soap, it's power wash.
idea of creating artificial beings, mimicking the appearance and actions of either humans or animals, is well established in science fiction and increasingly becoming a part of science fact through modern robotics and artificial intelligence. But this futuristic concept also has a surprisingly long history. What we would call robots today are generally machines that are programmable by an electronic computer, and in that sense they could have only been made by the mid-20th century. But there were mechanical devices before them that could perform a set number of actions independently. These are what are known as automata, and just like modern robots, they are often made to look and act like humans or animals. The history of automata stretches back thousands of years, and they've been made in many cultures from Greece to India and China. In this video, we'll be focusing specifically on the ancient Mediterranean world and see the development of lifelike automata from a concept in mythology to the earliest simple devices, and finally to the mechanical wonders of Greece and Rome.
Oh, fuck that up.
The word automaton comes from ancient Greek and originally simply referred to any event that happens spontaneously, without external influence. It was therefore closely linked to the idea of the Golden Age, a mythical era when the Titan Cronus
Damn, how many of these do I have to do?
nature spontaneously supplied humans with everything
I leveled up right there?
for. It was only in the Hellenistic Age, beginning in the 4th century BC,
Oh,
that
damn.
it became associated with
That was the
machines.
entire fight.
But, although not referred to as such at the time, what we might call automata do appear in some of the very earliest Greek texts. In the Iliad, thought to have been written down in the 8th century BC and perhaps composed as early as the 13th, the god of fire and craftsmen, Hephaestus, is said to have created a number of golden maidens to assist him. Having trouble walking on his own, the god is described as being supported by them as he limps across his hall. Moreover, the maidens are said to have, quote, understanding in their hearts, and in them speech and strength, and they know cunning handiwork by gift of the immortal gods. To put it into modern terms, you could say that they were equipped with a sort of artificial intelligence. The Odyssey, written down around the same time as the Iliad, features more of Hephaestus' creations. While the main character, Odysseus, enters the palace of Alcinous, he notices near its golden door the watchdogs. They were also built by Hephaestus in gold and silver, immortal and ageless, in order to protect the building. Their purpose as protectors implies that the dogs could move, but the passage describing them is quite vague, so we can't know for certain. Of all the mythological automata, the most famous is probably the bronze giant known as Talos. Having been crafted by Hephaestus, this mechanical being was given to King Minos of Crete, who set it to work guarding the island from invaders. Every day, Talos circled its shores 3 times, and if Crete was attacked, he would hurl large stones at the enemy ships, or pick them out of the water, holding them to his chest and heating up his metal frame until they burst into flames. The machine was nearly indestructible, but had a weak spot in its ankle where a pipe carrying the life-giving substance known as ichor was bound shut by a single bronze nail. In the Argonautica, written in the 3rd century BC, the sorceress Medea uses this weakness to defeat Talos. By hypnotizing the giant, she drove him mad and made him pull out the nail. Consequently, ichor flowed from the wound and Talos bled to death. In Greek legend, the gods weren't alone in making automata. The mythical craftsman and artisan Daedalus, who famously made artificial wings so that he and his son Icarus could escape imprisonment on the island of Crete, is also said to have created moving statues. They are mentioned in many sources, for example in Plato's Meno, where Socrates claims that they would run away if they weren't fastened to the ground, and Aristotle relates that Daedalus's wooden statue of Aphrodite purportedly was animated by Mercury, which was thought at the time to be a living substance.
Fuck this AO
So the idea of statues that could move and act on their own was present in Greek myth from very early times, but in the first couple of centuries BC, Greek mechanics, and especially a group active in Alexandria, would begin to create real automata. But they weren't the first to attempt it. While the earliest Greek myths were still in the process of being composed, the ancient Egyptians were trying to animate their sacred statues. There are a number of stories and even some physical evidence for this. For example, it is said that in the 1100s BC, the powerful priests of Amun used an automaton to choose who became the next pharaoh. Shaped in the image of their god, the machine would have been constructed in Napata in what is now Sudan and had limited powers of movement and speech. To choose a new ruler, all the males of the royal family were made to pass in front of it, and the statue would then stretch out its arm to seize one of them, while at the same time delivering an exhortation to him. Statues with similar abilities have actually been discovered. Although they don't act on their own, they can be seen as proto-automata and anticipate later developments. This rare mechanical statuette, for example, could perform simple movements. It's believed to represent Hathor, goddess of the sky and fertility, and is carbon dated to between 8 to 900 BC. Probably recounting a mythological story, the statuette could, through the pulling of a string, raise its arms, one of which is now missing, to reveal her body. Its purpose was to capture the movements of a sacred dance, and it may have been used either in festivals or to entertain the supreme god Ra in his temple. In the city of Thebes, a bust has also been discovered that could at least give the illusion of speech. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find a picture of it, but Egyptologist Gregory Luciano wrote a paper describing the bust shortly after its discovery in 1936. Depicting the god Ra Harmachis, it's large and made of white sandstone. At the back of the bust, an oval cavity has been hollowed out in the neck, and from here a narrow canal leads to a small opening just under the god's right ear. This cannot be seen when looked at from the front, and so if a priest were to stand hidden behind the bust and speak into the cavity, his voice would have become modified in the tube and resounded as if it was the statue itself that spoke. There is one case of an Egyptian statue that could actually emit sound on its own, but it's unclear whether or not the phenomenon was man-made. In the 1st century BC, reports started coming in that one of two giant statues of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, located outside of Thebes, had begun making a sharp sound every morning at dawn. Commonly known as the Colossi of Memnon, these statues were visited by many well-known Greek and Roman writers. The geographer Strabo claims that he had actually heard the sound, but could by no means identify its source. Another geographer called Pausanias also visited the site and claimed that the sound could be compared to a string of a harp or a lyre breaking. The phenomenon had supposedly begun after an earthquake in 27 BC that led to the collapse of the northern Colossus from its waist up. Although quite rare, a sudden heating of a broken stone in a hot, dry climate can produce this kind of sound. Furthermore, when the statue was repaired in 196 AD, the sound suddenly stopped. Even so, some researchers believe it's more likely to have come from a device located somewhere inside the statue. This contrivance would have then been removed or accidentally damaged during the restoration. Regardless of whether or not this was actually the case, the technical know-how to create such a device definitely existed in Egypt by this time. In 332 BC, the land of the pharaohs was conquered by Alexander the Great, who founded the city of Alexandria on the Mediterranean coast. Following his death, one of his generals called Ptolemy took control over Egypt and made Alexandria its new capital. There, either Ptolemy or his son Ptolemy II created a research institution known as the Museum, the institution of the Muses. In Greek mythology, the Muses, daughters of Zeus, were patrons of arts and sciences, and this institution would be the origin of the modern word museum. It included the famous Library of Alexandria and allowed scientists to study in full freedom, sponsored by the king for the prestige of the court. Among the wide range of experts employed were a skilled group of physicists or mechanics who would create a large number of advanced automata. The first of them was a man called Ctesibius, who may also have been the first head of the museum. He is known primarily for his invention of an early type of pipe organ called a hydraulis, as well as a suction pump, and a water clock, the clepsydra, which for more than 1800 years would remain the most accurate clock ever constructed. Ctesibius is also believed to have made automata. A spectacular example of this can be found in the description of a festival held by Ptolemy II around 280 to 270 BC. Known as the Ptolemia, it was a recurring event meant to legitimize the rule of the Ptolemies through lavish displays of splendor and wealth. Its highlight was the Grand Procession, a parade many miles in length featuring hundreds of massive elaborate floats, thousands of costumed actors, a full military review, and a host of exotic animals, including but not limited to lions, elephants, ostriches, a bear, and a giraffe. The procession was divided into sections in honor of different gods, and in the one dedicated to Dionysus, we hear of a moving statue of Nysa, likely a personification of the god's birthplace. The richly embellished figure was driven on a four-wheeled cart drawn by 60 men, and would stand up on its own, pour a libation of milk from a golden cup, and then sit back down again. As the cart moved across the city, this sequence repeated in a loop. It's believed that the mechanism relied on the wheels of the cart to move, transferring circular energy to linear movement through a recent invention, the rack and pinion gear. The fact that the machine appears in connection with Dionysus is probably no coincidence. Being a god of wine and intoxication, there is something particularly Dionysian about spontaneous movement and spontaneity in general. Dionysian rituals were also intent on disturbing binaries, human and animal, male and female, and in this case, animate and inanimate. As a result, Dionysus is frequently involved with automata. Ctesibius is known to written treatises describing his emotions, and one of them likely dealt with automata. Unfortunately though, they've all been lost, and although the statue of Nysa is often attributed to him, it's impossible to say for certain who made it.
Guys, I just ate some caviar.
A younger colleague of Ctesibius called Philo of Byzantium largely suffered the same fate, but one of his treatises, which happens to describe automata, survives. Entitled Pneumatics, it comes down to us from an Arabic translation and features a number of devices. One of them takes the form of a life-size maid, which in her right hand holds a jug. When you placed a cup in the palm of her left hand, she automatically poured first wine and then water into it, until a desired ratio of 1 to 2 was reached.
You're the first cat to try.
This was accomplished through air pressure. Activated by the weight of the cup, the mechanism inside would allow air to flow into the first and then the second of 2 airtight vessels containing the wine and water. The pressure this introduced would push the liquids out through a set of tubes, terminating at the tip of the jug. Philo also described how to make statues move, a feature which has been integrated into this reconstruction of the maid. Motion is achieved by means of a counterweight that descends slowly inside the statue. The rope that holds it winds on the pivot that is thus forced to turn and give motion to 2 hidden wheels. Building on the advances of both Ctesibius and Philo, Hero of Alexandria is one of the most famous engineers of antiquity. Best known for creating an early steam turbine called the Aeolipile, he lived in the 1st century AD, and his treatises have largely survived intact. One of them, also called Pneumatics, includes descriptions of 70 automata, driven either by air, steam, or water pressure. One of the more simple ones shows a scene that would have been common in front of a temple. 2 worshippers are intent on a sacrifice, and when it is done, they pour water on the altar to extinguish the fire. In this case, the altar is hollow, and the heat from the fire causes air inside it to expand. In turn, the air pushes water, which is contained inside the pedestal below, out through pipes flowing into the cups held by the figurines. Rather than pushing water out, some devices were able to drink. In this example, a small statue of the god Pan draws water from a fountain, and it can be turned around to water an animal. Its mouth is connected by a pipe to a tank that is normally filled with water. But whenever Pan faces the animal, it begins to be empty, and air rushes into the pipe to fill the empty space. Thus, the figurine starts to drink from the cup presented to it. A similar trick was used to make mechanical birds chirp. In this device, water is poured into a hollow pedestal, forcing it out through a small tube. If the exit of this tube is bent to the surface of a body of water, it will produce a sound resembling that of a blackcap. Here are ways that depending on how wide or long the pipe is, and on whether it's dipped into water or not, different notes resembling a wide range of birds can be made. Additionally, by having the water first flow into a container, which when filled tips upside down, birds could be made to chirp at intervals. These techniques were integrated into more advanced devices as well, like this one featuring a number of birds sitting next to a spring. On an axle nearby there is an owl which will occasionally turn towards the birds, upon which they will stop chirping and become silent. Then, when it turns away, they will start once again.
Hold on 1 second.
Another device, recounting the 11th labor of Hercules, produces a different kind of sound. As the story goes, Hercules was sent to collect 3 golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides. But the fruits were protected by a dragon called Ladon, which he would have to slay. When the user picks up a golden apple lying on the ground, the device is activated and makes Hercules shoot an arrow at Ladon. Then a hidden compartment is filled with water, pushing air out through a tube. In this case, however, instead of chirping, it makes a hissing sound as the dragon is killed. Hero also wrote a treatise simply called Automata, and in it he describes mechanical theaters mostly run by pulleys, weights, and rope. One of them features a procession taking place around a small temple to Dionysus. But not only can the figures around as well as the god inside the temple move, the entire mechanism can roll out to a pre-programmed position.
Alright, my bad.
When it arrives, a fire spontaneously starts on an altar in front of Dionysus, while water springs out from his holy staff and wine from his cup. Then the figures start dancing around the temple to the sound of drums and cymbals. After a while, the music stops, and Dionysus turns to an altar on the other side, following which a fire starts here too, and the spectacle begins all over again. When everything has been acted out, the theater rolls back to its initial position. In the same treatise, Hero also gives a rare view into ancient attitudes towards automata. Justifying his work, he begins the text by writing, quote, "The study of automaton making has been considered by our predecessors worthy of acceptance, both because of the ingenuity of the craftsmanship involved and because of the stunning nature of the public spectacle." Unlike modern robots then, ancient automata weren't thought of as machines that would replace human labor. Instead, they were used for entertainment as curiosities or in religious festivals and temples. Since worship in the ancient world was multi-directional, they were perfectly suited for this purpose. For example,
Pepper, I just gave you caviar, dude.
involved both a call for the attention of the divine, but also some form of response, which could be embodied in a self-moving machine. As Hero frequently writes, the automaton was to instill in the viewer a sense of wonder. Although much of what we know about ancient automata comes from the great mechanics of Alexandria, similar devices are tested elsewhere, and some before the founding of the new scene. Almost a century earlier, a Greek philosopher called Archytas is supposed to have created an artificial flying dove. Made out of wood, it was suspended to cables and driven by compressed air hidden inside. We only know of the device from later sources.
I never went to that
exactly how it would work is unclear.
That one gaming spot.
Alexandrian automaton is mentioned in connection to a Dionysian festival that took place in Athens in 308 BC.
Oh, Victory Road?
A kind of carnival float, this mechanism was of all things shaped by a giant snail that moved on its own accord and left a trail of slime behind it. The reason for this seemingly odd design choice could be that the festival was held in March, and that snails were seen as a symbol of spring. Additionally, a giant shell would have been an excellent place to hide the mechanism driving it. But here again, we don't get any details on how it worked, and it may well have been operated by humans treading on a sort of hamster wheel inside. The Greek island of Rhodes is also noted.
I think I'm gonna take the taxi to this arcade place. I'm gonna try it out.
In general. Philo of Byzantium studied here, and the poet Pindar describes the island city as having animated figures adorning every public street. Eventually, both Greece and Egypt would be conquered by the Romans, who left no treatises on automata making of their own. Nonetheless, such machines are mentioned frequently in other literary sources, and therefore seem to have been quite common. For example, one appears in a history book written in the 2nd century AD. The book claims that a self-moving wax statue of Julius Caesar was made for his funeral. It depicted the man rising from his deathbed and turning slowly to display his
Oh my gosh!
news to the crowd.
Oh my
This
god!
successfully instigated the people of Rome against Caesar's
You guys are
killers,
crazy!
forcing them to flee the city. Another history from
Alright.
the same time claims that Emperor Claudius would get so frustrated when his automaton malfunctioned that he would send their manufacturers to fight in the arena as punishment. Even as late as the 5th century AD, grammarian and philosopher Macrobius refers to processions with self-moving or talking statues taking place in at least
This
two
dude
Roman
again.
cities. At the same time as this observation was being made, classical antiquity was
100,000?
coming to an end. Although there is no consensus on exactly where to draw the line, the transition into the Dark Ages is often associated with the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century and the early Muslim conquest 200 years later. The end of antiquity did not mean the end of automata, however. Although, as we've seen, many treatises on the subject have been lost, those of Hero and Philo continue to be copied and studied in the Eastern Roman Empire, and their knowledge would be transferred into the Islamic world and later back to Western Europe during the Renaissance. In this way, the advancements made in antiquity could be built on and would inspire new, ingenious machines.
Alright.
Febreze. I use Febreze fabric refresher every day to make my home smell amazing. On my bed, my couch, my jacket or jeans, in between washes, even shoes. Febreze doesn't cover up odors with scent, but fights them and freshens. Over 1,000 uses. Febreze fabric refresher.
In 9 AD, the Romans met a crushing defeat at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. 3 legions had been ambushed and annihilated at the hands of the Germans, and with them died the hope of putting Germania under imperial rule. Or at least most of it. From this point on, the Roman border was fixed along the river Rhine, leaving parts of Germania and what would later become Germany in imperial hands. The Romans brought all the hallmarks of their civilization here, founding brand new cities, complete with baths, temples, and amphitheaters, as well as infrastructure to serve them, like bridges and aqueducts. Although much has been lost to the ravages of time, some of these buildings are actually still in existence, and in this video, we'll be looking at some of the best preserved of them. We begin in the city of Trier, which is where most of the buildings on this list are located.
Cat's being so fun.
Founded in about 16 BC, it was known to the Romans as Augusta Treverorum and quickly grew to become one of the largest cities in the entire empire. At its height in the 4th century, its thought had housed between 75 and 100,000 people, a number that was only surpassed in around 2010. One of the oldest and most famous monuments of this city is the Porta Nigra, or Black Gate. Although it now stands alone, it was built as part of Trier's defences in the late 3rd century and would have been one of 4 gates to serve the city. The imposing structure is built in grey sandstone and originally featured 2 4-story towers projecting as near semicircles on the outer side. However, the building was never completely finished, which can be seen in the rough stonework, especially on its engaged columns. Following the fall of the Roman Empire, the structure was no longer used and began to be looted for building material and iron. A large reason why it survives today is that it was turned into a church in the 11th century. It remained in this state until 1804, when it was restored to its Roman form on the orders of Emperor Napoleon. Built about a century before the Black Gate, Trier's Roman Bridge is recognized as the
Yo, is that the thing from Virtua Fighter?
It has, however, been through its fair share of alterations over the years. When first constructed, only the bridge's piers would have been of stone, supporting a large wooden structure on which people would have crossed. At 10 meters wide and approximately 14 meters above water level, it could accommodate considerable traffic and allow boats to pass under it without folding their masts.
Damn.
It was only in the Middle Ages that the bridge received stone vaults, possibly in the first half of the 14th century. After a number of subsequent changes, it received its current form when it was widened in 1931.
Can I not block?
Nonetheless, it retains all of the original stone piers built by the Romans and continues to be used after almost 2,000 years. The Aula Palatina, also known as the Basilica of Constantine, is a remarkably well-preserved Roman building, also located.
Oh, this is about buildings that have been built and still are standing. That's dope.
67 meters long by 26 meters wide. The brick structure is built on a foundation of Roman concrete and was originally
Drug mama.
a floor and wall heating system known as a hypocaust. The building traces its history back to the early 4th century when it was commissioned by Constantine the Great as part of the city's palace complex. In its original form, it had a number of smaller buildings attached to it and would have functioned as an imperial audience hall. During the Middle Ages, however, the Aula Palatina was repurposed as the residence of the Bishop of Trier and remained as such until the 19th century.
Damn!
By 1856, it had been restored to what people at the time thought was its original function, a Christian basilica. However, the building was heavily damaged in an air raid in World War II, and the 19th century interior decoration was never repaired after the war, leaving the brick walls visible from the inside as well. Today, the building continues to function as a church. A great Roman city wouldn't be complete without public baths, and Trier had 2 of them. The best preserved are the imperial baths, or Kaiserthermen, a substantial part of the walls of which are still standing. Like the Aula Palatina, these baths were part of Emperor Constantine's transformation of the city in the 4th century, and at the size of 160 by 130 meters, it would have been one of the largest bath complexes in the entire empire. It was never completely finished, however, and it's unclear whether the structure was ever used for its intended purpose. By the end of the century, it had been converted into a garrison for the imperial mounted bodyguard, and in the Middle Ages, it was made into a castle.
1, 2, 3, 4, Bounty mega roll, 4 rolls in 1.
A few kilometers to the southwest of Trier.
Dude, how come this guy's not taking any damage? What the fuck?
Known as the Eagle Column, it was erected around 250 AD by 2 wealthy merchants of Celtic origin.
Okay, fuck this.
And Securus of the Secundini family. The monument was made both for themselves and in memory of their deceased relatives, and since the family was engaged in a cloth trade, it might additionally have served as a form of advertisement for their business. Standing at a height of 30 meters, it's richly decorated and crowned by a sculpture group showing Jupiter and Ganymede taken to Olympus by an eagle. The many reliefs contain scenes of everyday professional life, as well as mythological scenes dealing with the subject of immortality. In its original state, the column would have been covered in bright colors, as can be seen in this reconstruction. The reason why it survived the fall of the Roman Empire comes down to a misunderstanding. In the Middle Ages, a family scene depicted on a grave was interpreted as showing the marriage of Constantius Chlorus to Saint Helena, the mother of Constantine the Great. This mistake ultimately prevented the Roman monument from being torn down. On a vineyard slope not far away from Eagle, we find the Grutenhausen, a partially reconstructed Roman burial temple. The two-story structure was erected in the 3rd or 4th centuries AD, overlooking what was then the busy road to Augusta Treverorum.
Let's go, son.
The vaulted lower level would have originally housed a number of sarcophagi, while the upper floor was used as a meeting place for commemorating the dead. Although we don't know who was buried here, it's likely the wealthy owners of one of the many villas that once existed in this area.
Did Ori get in there? Because
In
someone
fact,
made
the
a
remains of a Roman
mess.
building have been discovered nearby and may have been the home of those who built the temple. Out of what can be seen today, the main structure was
he
while the roof and columns were reconstructed
took the
in
cracker off
2001.
the plate.
Since then, the temple has been used for
really didn't
weddings
even
and
need to
other
do that.
celebrations.
It's like, that is not
Our
necessary.
last building takes us away from the immediate vicinity of Trier to the banks of the river Rhine. Here, in the old citadel of Mainz, stands the 20-meter tall masonry block known as the Drususstein. Although it may not look like much now, this is widely believed to be the remnant of a cenotaph dating to 9 BC, making it, together with the previously mentioned eagle column, the only ancient funerary monument north of the Alps that is still standing on its original location. The structure is mentioned by writers like Eutropius and Suetonius and was reportedly erected by Roman troops in honor of the deceased general Nero Claudius Drusus, the brother of Emperor Tiberius.
Okay.
Thereafter, it became the starting point of an annual memorial service in honor of him. Considering its current state, it's hard to say exactly what the original structure would have looked like, but a number of attempts have been made at reconstructing it. Seen here is one from 1811 by Professor Friedrich Lehne. A few decades later, Nikolaus Müller made this more elaborate interpretation of it, while in the 1980s, Hans G. Franz tried to recreate it like this. By the early Middle Ages, it had likely been robbed of its original marble casing, and by the 16th century, the structure had been repurposed as a watchtower in the city's defenses. Nowadays, the Drusus shrine stands as one of the few remaining reminders of the Roman city of Mainz, or Mogontiacum.
Oh damn, I'm quitting?
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
Does he already know? I bet he already knows.
The ancient Greeks created some of the most well-known buildings in all of history. Admired for their harmonious proportions and excellent craftsmanship, they continue to influence architects for well over 2,000 years.
Over the course of that time, however, many of their greatest works have succumbed to either natural or man-made disasters and are only partially left standing, if at all. For example, successive earthquakes destroyed the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and the Parthenon was badly damaged by an explosion in the 1600s.
Thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate it.
Cases where ancient Greek buildings have been left in remarkably good condition, and here I put together a selection of them, featuring structures of different sizes and functions. The buildings that remain can of course tell us a lot about the ones we've lost. This is especially the case with the Temple of Zeus at Olympia. Located in the same sanctuary on the Peloponnese where the ancient Olympic Games were held, this building was famous for its gigantic seated sculpture of Zeus. Sadly, it has long been reduced to rubble,
awesome.
but another temple that strongly resembles it is still standing across the sea in Italy. South of Naples, along the coast of the Tyrrhenian Sea, lies the remnants of the Greek colony of Poseidonia. Better known by its Latin name, Paestum, the site contains the ruins of a number
looks
of
like I could
temples, and the one left
end things right now, or go to the final part.
Because it's the grandest structure on the site, it was originally assumed to have been dedicated to its namesake, Poseidon. It is now believed that apart from being a temple to Hera,
see if I can use those erasers.
To her husband,
Zara, I see you.
It was constructed around 450 BC, just a few years after the temple in Olympia, and lies stylistically in the period of transition between the archaic and classical Greek styles. The archaic character can be seen in its wide Doric columns and their unusually strong entasis, or curve, as well as in the echinus at the upper end of the column, which is a lot wider and more cushion-like than on later buildings. Since this part of Italy lacked the shining white marble used in mainland Greece, the material of choice for the Poseidonians was local travertine covered in stucco to give it a similar effect. Today, all of the temple's outer columns remain standing, with the only parts missing being its long-lost wooden roof, as well as the stone walls of the naos, or inner chamber, which were quarried in the Middle Ages. The 2-storied row of columns enclosed within it is another feature which it shared with the temple at Olympia, and would have led you to a statue of a deity at the end of the room. Because the town was abandoned in the 9th century due to pirate raids and the spread of malaria, the building has been left largely untouched ever since. Another important building type was the open-air theatre constructed into the slope of a hill. Among the ones that still remain, the theatre of the Sanctuary of Asclepius at Epidaurus is one of the grandest and best preserved. It was constructed at the end of the 4th century BC to host music, singing, and dramatic games in honor of the god of healing.
Last dude.
As such, it was not only meant for entertainment, but was also seen as a means of healing patients, since there was a belief that the observation of dramatic shows could have positive effects on mental and even physical health. Designed by the sculptor Polykleitos the Younger, it can accommodate between 13,000 to 14,000 spectators and is known for its excellent acoustics and beautiful symmetry. Unlike many other theatres, this one only underwent minor alterations in the Roman period and still maintains its original Greek form. It was excavated in the late 19th century, and subsequent restorations have preserved its seating area, the circular orchestra in the middle, as well as its two
just
gates.
one lap.
But although these structures remain in excellent condition, there is one missing. Only the foundations remain of the building known as the skini, or backdrop, and no other Greek one remains intact.
Fuck.
This particular skini would have stood 2 stories tall and may have been the very first of its
Oh,
kind
he's
to
crashing.
incorporate a proskenion, which in late Greek theatre would become the area where the main actors generally perform. Nonetheless, in 1938,
Come on,
the
give me the
Theatre of
heat,
Epidaurus
give me the
began
heat.
hosting performances of
Feel the
ancient
heat.
dramas once again,
No.
and continues to serve its original purpose to this day.
Alright, well, I guess I just stand this dude's ass and then... Not bad. That was
In
good.
ancient Athens, the
Kinda got lucky
production of
right there.
theatrical performances at festivals were paid for by wealthy citizens, known as
I
choragia.
just gotta have him in my sights.
Sometimes, if their entry into a
Bro, this
competition
guy's a
at the
bad
festival
driver.
won, they would erect a monument to commemorate this. As a result,
here we
the road
go,
running from
coming
the
up.
Athenian Agora to the Theatre of Dionysus gradually became lined with memorials and gained the name Tripodon Street after the bronze tripods that
here
were
we go.
awarded to the winners. Tripodon Street still exists today, although only one lonely monument is still standing. This is the choragic monument of Lysicrates, erected in 334 BC.
Oh, there's 2 laps?
The winning entry into the
Bro,
Dithyrambic
what?
contest
I
of the
thought
Prince
I
Dionysian
thought it said
festival,
1 lap.
in which singers competed over who
Fuck.
could perform the best hymn in honor of the god Dionysus.
Dang.
The circular structure is made of Pentelic marble, the same material as the nearby Parthenon, and has over time been
can
heavily
feel it.
weathered, losing much of its fine detail.
Oh, the fiery
That
drift.
being said,
yeah.
it still retains its general shape, with the exception of the tripod, which would have been placed on top of the floral ornament on the roof. The structure is a milestone in the development of classical architecture because it's the first known case where the Corinthian order was used on the exterior of a building. Between its capitals,
Mobbing
you
right
can see
now.
carvings of the lost tripod, and above is a scene from mythology showing the Tyrrhenian pirates being turned into dolphins by Dionysus. In the 1600s, a French Capuchin monastery was constructed nearby, and the monument was actually built into one of its walls.
Come on, Nate. Come on, Nate.
In the 18th century, detailed engravings of the structure were published in Western Europe, and it soon became a popular model for the Greek revival style. It was freed from the walls in 1821 when the convent burned down, and
Right,
because of
this
its
guy's gonna
fame,
pass
Lord
me.
Elgin allegedly tried unsuccessfully to
shit.
buy it and bring it home to England, like he had done with a number
Oh
of
my
sculptures
gosh.
from the Parthenon, known as the Elgin marbles.
That's annoying.
Instead, it was allowed to stand on its original location and was eventually given a
Oh,
restoration at the
okay.
end of the 19th century. Because
Okay.
of its popularity, a number of buildings
Okay.
have been inspired by it.
Okay.
For example, the Merchants Exchange
Yo.
Building in Philadelphia incorporates a cupola
Turn
that
up.
resembles it, and an almost exact copy can be found in the Royal Botanic Gardens in Sydney.
Anything is possible when you smell like
I don't
Old
even
Spice
get
sweater.
that many points. Still don't have enough to upgrade my car.
What is generally considered to be the best preserved of all Greek temples is also located in Athens.
Doggone it.
The Hephaestion stood completed in 415 BC after roughly
Dude,
30
he's
years of
the
construction,
original one.
and overlooks the city's agora. The building is fairly small, being less than half as wide as the Parthenon,
This guy, he's
but its
the
position
outfit
at
he
the edge
has.
of a steep bank and its solemn Doric columns give it a sense of monumentality. Made mostly out of Pentelic marble, the Hephaestion is richly decorated with sculptures, and on its long sides you can find depictions of the Athenian hero Theseus. This gave rise to the building's popular name, the Thesion.
I wonder if
and
my
believed
camera
that this
will
was his final
work
resting
now.
place.
Let me just see.
In fact, it was dedicated jointly to Hephaestus, god of the forge, and to Athena, goddess of arts and crafts. We know from the 2nd century geographer Pausanias that it would have contained 2 bronze statues of these deities, although we don't know the name of the sculptor nor the architect who designed the building. Excavations have shown that a small garden was planted around the temple in the 3rd century BC, containing pomegranate, myrtle, and laurel trees. As the Roman Empire was Christianized, the temple was
Zara,
shut
what are you
down, and
doing?
at some point, most of its sculptures were deliberately
Relax.
defaced. However, its conversion into a
I don't think
church
it's
sometime
working.
around 700 AD saved it from being quarried for building
I
materials.
don't know why.
In the early 19th century, it was used as a burial place for non-Orthodox Europeans, many of whom were Philhellenes who fought and died in the Greek War of Independence. In 1833, it was converted into a museum, in which capacity it remained until 1934, when it was designated as a historic monument. Thanks to this history of varied use, all of its columns, its inner naos, and many of its sculptures still remain. The temple even has a roof, although it's not the original one, and only covers part of the building. Like the Lysikrates monument, the Hephaestion has inspired numerous later buildings. The Vermont State House from 1833 used it as a portico, and for something closer to the original we can turn to the Temple of Theseus in Vienna, built in 1823. Fittingly, one of the finest interpretations of the building can be found in Athens itself. The National Library, consisting of a Hephaestion portico with a grand marble staircase leading up to it, has stood here since its completion in 1903.
Devil Takamura. Okay, so this is the last guy. Get me?
For over 3,000 years, the Great Pyramid of Giza remained the tallest human-made structure in the world. When its record was finally beaten, it was by the cathedrals of medieval Europe. With its spire reaching 160 meters into the sky, Lincoln Cathedral in England was arguably the first building to become taller than the ancient pyramid. The spire has since been lost. For
Everyone's
centuries to
like
come, other cathedrals
street
will continue
racers that
to
are
hold the
taxi
record.
drivers.
Built in the Gothic style, they strove to allow ever more light into their interiors and to soar ever higher into the sky. The Gothic cathedrals
he didn't
were
answer
like
the
the
question.
skyscrapers of their day, and this similarity was not lost on the architects of the early 20th century. As American cities were being transformed by the advent of the skyscraper, architects were searching for a suitable
Let's
style
save and
to
then race
express
this
the height
fool.
of these towers and the dynamism of the modern age. The answer to some could be found in the architecture of the Gothic cathedral, and this mix between modern engineering and medieval decoration would result in some of the most iconic skyscrapers in the world.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Oh shit. The final battle.
In 1910, F.W. Woolworth, the founder of a brand of popular 5 and 10 cent stores, began planning a new headquarters for his company that would be developed together with the Irving National Exchange Bank. Having purchased a rectangular plot of land along Broadway in New York City, he commissioned architect Cass Gilbert to design a 12 to 16 story tall commercial building inspired by the Palace of Westminster in London. The plans were revised several times, resulting in an ever taller building, and when it was finished in 1913, the 12 to 16 stories had turned into 60. With its height of 792
Is this like
feet, or
supposed to be making fun of
241
Initial
meters,
D at all?
the Woolworth building was the tallest skyscraper in the
Kinda
world,
feels like-
a record that it would keep
kinda
all
feels
the way
like it
until
may-
1930. Decorated with complex Gothic tracery
Okay,
and crowned
dude.
by one's gilded pyramidal roof, this elegant building was hailed as the Cathedral of Commerce. Its ornate cruciform lobby, which is outfitted with Greek marble and a ceiling of glass mosaics, is
Are we
considered
going?
one of the most spectacular of the early 20th century in New York City.
Oh shit.
The building was a
got, like,
showcase
some
for modern
crazy car.
technology, boasting high-speed
Oh,
elevators
so
and
one
dedicated
intermediate
power
lap
plants
plus
serving the more than
one
12,000
advanced lap.
people who
Got
work
it.
here.
Got it.
Upon completion, the Woolworth Company itself only occupied 1.5 floors, but profited from
Dang,
renting
this
out
guy's
space
fast.
to others. Among the early tenants was Columbia Records, who made what are considered to be the first ever jazz recordings in a studio here in 1917. The famous inventor Nikola Tesla also occupied an office in the Woolworth building beginning in 1914, although he was evicted after a year, having failed to pay his rent. The Woolworth Company continued to own the building until 1998.
I don't know why I
and
can
in the
never
past
do
decade,
the
top 30 floors have been redeveloped into luxury apartments.
heat move right there on this race. I never can. Ah. Could have taken that better.
The First United Methodist Church of Chicago was founded in 1831, 6 years before the city was incorporated.
Okay.
Having held its first services in the homes of its members, in 1834 the growing congregation built a log cabin north of the Chicago River. A few years later, the cabin was floated across the river and rolled on logs to the church's present site at the corner of Washington and
here
Clark
we go.
Streets. Over the course of the 19th century, the initial cabin was succeeded by a series of large
Should I just do what I normally
but
do?
after World War I, there were those who believed that the church should sell its
fuck
valuable
it.
downtown real estate and move to the growing suburbs.
Okay,
Instead,
not bad, not
the leaders
bad.
decided
That was
to
good,
stay
actually.
and to build something truly spectacular on the site.
Usually it'll let me
Completed in 1924, the Chicago
do the
Temple
heat
building
attack
is a skyscraper
on this
that
one.
not only mimics the style of the medieval cathedrals, it actually
See if it
functions
does.
as a
Yes,
religious
dude.
building.
Fiery
It contains
drift.
23 floors and rising 568 feet or 173
Secret move.
meters. It
It's
was
even
the
cooler.
tallest building in Chicago until 1930. It isn't only used by the church, however. In fact, most of it is rented out as office space, which prevents it from being ranked as the tallest church building in the world. Nonetheless, it contains an ornate neo-Gothic
Alright, so now I
sanctuary
just
on the
need
first
to
floor, capable of seating around
drive
500
carefully
people.
and then
The top of the building is also
use
used
my
for
turbo
religious
at the end.
purposes. The Sky Chapel, which is located under the spire, some 400 feet, 120 meters
He's
above the
going to
streets of
catch
the
up to
city,
me.
was created in
fuck,
1952
that
as a
was
gift
really
from the
dumb,
Walgreen
dude.
family
That was
in
really
memory of
dumb.
Charles Walgreen, the founder of the pharmacy chain.
Alright,
bearing
I need
his
to get my
name.
ass to this straight
With
away.
seating for 30 people and
Quick.
decorated with 16 stained glass windows, this is considered the world's highest worship space.
Okay, keep crashing, keep crashing.
Febreze. Hi, I use Febreze Fade Defy plug.
And I use this.
Febreze has a microchip to control scent
Alright.
release, so it smells first day fresh for 50 days.
50 days?
And its refill reminder light means I'll never miss a day of freshness.
Come on.
Febreze plug.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Tribune Tower
Let's
is the product
go.
of one of the most famous
Yes.
architecture competitions of the 20th century.
Oh man, I
In
did it.
1922, the Chicago Tribune announced its intention to construct a new
Man, I
headquarters
only get-
and invited architects to propose designs.
How are you not gonna give me more
The stated
points than?
goal was to create, quote, the most beautiful office building in the
Hey,
world,
man, you
and
did
a
it.
total of $100,000 was offered in prize money. With
I'm not gonna lie, in that
$50,000
race I was
going
like,
to the winner.
damn, I'm gonna have to lose
The
this and
competition
like do
worked
more
brilliantly as a publicity stunt.
other missions to level up
It generated massive
my
press
car.
coverage and attracted 273
Oh.
entries from 23 countries, made in a dizzying range of styles. Many relied heavily on the architecture
they're all
of the
gonna break
past,
up?
whereas others anticipated the austere forms of Bauhaus modernism. One of the more eccentric
Oh, we're gonna
proposals was
fight
made
all of
by the
them, hell
Austrian
yeah.
architect
That's so
Rudolf
funny.
Loos, who turned the building into an enormous Doric
Ah, dude,
column,
this is awesome.
a pun on the columns.
I'm glad I was able to
newspaper.
finish this.
The entry that
I guess
many
it's not over
perceived to
yet.
be the best was by the Finnish architect Emil Saarinen.
I'm assuming these guys are gonna
Inspired
get
by the upward
destroyed.
sweep of Gothic architecture, he created a modern design that would go on to serve as a strong influence of the next
Dude,
generation
I'm
of
fucking this guy
skyscrapers.
up.
His entry took second place in the competition. The winning design by New York architects John Mead Howells and Raymond Hood was more conservative and criticized by some for its perceived historicism. Completed in 1925, it reached a height of 462 feet or 141 meters above ground and was topped by a crown instead of a spire, a design choice derived from the late Gothic butter tower of Rouen Cathedral in France. Embedded
This is
into
funny,
the
these are all
building's
people
base
I,
are fragments from more than
beat
120
before.
structures, ranging from Notre Dame
I would get a
Cathedral
lot
to
of
the Great
XP
Wall
for
of China, while the lobby
missile thing.
features inscriptions of patriotic passages and ringing
Cool
defenses of press
Yoshimi.
freedom. In 2018, the Chicago Tribune ended their 93-year stint at Tribune Tower and moved to One Prudential Plaza. The building has since been converted into condos. Serving as the centerpiece of the University of Pittsburgh's main campus, the Cathedral of Learning was one of the last great neo-Gothic skyscrapers to be built and is the tallest educational building in the Western Hemisphere. It was the brainchild of John Gabbert Bowman, who became the 10th Chancellor of the university in 1921. After assuming his position, he began to dream of a tall building that would serve as a symbol of education for the city and inspire children to seek higher education. He hired Charles Carter, one of the foremost Gothic architects of the time, to design the tower. After 2 years, the plans were ready and construction went ahead in 1926. The first classes could be held in the building 5 years later, although its formal dedication wasn't held until June 1937. The project wasn't without its detractors. At a height of 535 feet, 163 meters, it was considered by some to be too tall for the city. To get the public on board and at the same time finance the construction, Bowman started a fundraising campaign. An important part of it was to ask local children to contribute 10 cents to, quote, buy a brick for the cathedral. In return, they would get a certificate stating that they owned a part of the building, and more than 97,000 of these certificates are estimated to have been issued. Bowman also involved the community by allowing each nationality that had a significant number of people in Pittsburgh to design their own room in the cathedral. Known as the nationality rooms, there are now as many as 31 of them, most of which function as classrooms. The most grand space in the building is the Commons Room. Called one of the great architectural fantasies of the 20th century, it is a hall built in the English
so he's gonna
Gothic
race
style
the
that
boss.
covers half an acre or 2,000 square meters and extends upwards 4 stories, reaching 52 feet or 16 meters from floor to ceiling. It's a piece of true Gothic construction, with the arches being able to support their own weight without the use of steel. Clodder considered the Commons Room to be his greatest achievement. Since 1975, the Cathedral of Learning has been listed in the National Register of Historic Places, and today, Cathy, as the building is colloquially called by many students and residents, remains a beloved part of the University of Pittsburgh's main campus. The popularity of the Gothic skyscraper lasted for a relatively short period in the first few decades of the 20th century. The style was criticized by modernists for the use of historicist ornament on steel frame buildings and was superseded by Art Deco, which incorporated some of its elements. Yet the Gothic skyscrapers left a strong mark on the culture of the day, inspiring writers and filmmakers, and have become some of the most beloved examples of American architecture.
Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps. It's more than soap, it's power wash.
Okay, so I have one more race. Damn, bro.
In autumn of 1918, as the First World War drew to a close, Austria-Hungary was crumbling. On the 11th of November, the day of the armistice, Emperor Charles I.
Yo, I want to say a huge shout out to everyone that watched the stream. That was really cool. I wasn't expecting to have some people in here today, but I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a little break because I've been gaming for a minute, 4 hours to be exact. So, going to take a